Hello? Hold on, I'm just checking if I'm able to connect. Okay, I am live now. Let's go. Oh dear, one second. I forgot to do something. I'll be back in a few seconds. Okay, I'm back. Let's start with the stream. I think I did start a little bit earlier than usual, but it's very little. Hello, I'm Miss Take Mushroom. I'm going to be playing Cinderella Phenomenon today. Like I've been playing for the last 3 weeks. I need to start the game now. And then I just realized that my stream setup was actually going for the Genshin window right now. So I'll just be changing that real quick so I can actually see the game that I'm playing. There you go. You should be able to see it now, I think. Well, almost. And you should be able to hear it at least. Are you able to see it? And I feel like the opening of this game is always very loud.
Lives in a monochrome world, broken from the sight through her lonely eyes. It reflects
okay, I think it's visible
the ocean
now.
And stars, but her cry echoes around the simple loss of love in her heart, making this whole fairy tale alive. And sorrow's tender embrace.
Man, why are the characters I'm interested in the most the ones that are locked?
Day, the only reason you have to stay. Hear me sing my song and just keep holding on. Cinderella, why don't you stay with me tonight? We will dance until midnight comes and we could run away. Oh, we will never ever be apart. Set aside all your fears, this magic lives inside your heart. I am here, would you wanna stay with me tonight? Follow me, we will run across the bridge of fantasy. Oh, all the pain and sadness that you feel. Believe in me, hold me close, don't ever let me go. Come and stay with me forever. Magic lives so long as I am here.
Man, the opening Loki is just telling me that the ones I'm interested in is locked for a good reason. I hope. Anyways, I actually really have invested in the writing so far. I think this is where I let off. These are all my save files so far. I just put them all in like every single choice that I at least remember to save it in, and I'll continue from here. What happened before this? Oh no, the truth. Oh, hold on. I'm actually just gonna leave my chat open quick. Okay, that's done now. The truth. My only answer is silence. I shift my gaze to Rod, but he avoids my eyes. What's going on? Princess, it is very likely that the witch in this palace is looking for you. What? I cast a glamour on you a long time ago so you could remain hidden from magical eyes. I did it to protect you, but this witch in question can see through the spell I cast on you. It is my belief that they are actively looking for you. I close my eyes and massage the temples of my head as I feel a headache coming on. Wait, you said that before? Hold on. Wait, you said before that the witches want to see their curses unbroken. But this sounds like they have another motive altogether. What reasons could they have for trailing me? The Tenebrarum has been without a bearer for a long time, ever since the end of the war. A new bearer, however, will soon arise, and the crystal is ready to support them. Some of the witches, the wicked ones, want to make sure the Tenebrarum continues to spread darkness, even with this new bearer in charge. Okay, so what does that have to do with me? Hold on, I think I should reduce the volume a little bit. Let me just... I think this is a good volume. Okay, now I'll return. Okay, but what does this have to do with me? Delora crosses her arms, her expression grim. The title of the bearer is passed down from one descendant to the next. Princess, the last Tenebrarum bearer was the late Queen of Angiel, your mother. I feel my blood go cold. What? As you are the Queen's daughter, you are the next heir. Come your 18th birthday, you will inherit the title of the Tenebrarum bearer. Mother? A witch? Impossible! Why would you spout such lies? I narrow my eyes at them, searching for some hint that they are lying to me. Delora and Parfait never turn their sad eyes away from me. Rod glances at me briefly before turning away, looking uncomfortable. Hilde, your mother and I used to work together to maintain balance, but then the witch hunt drove her mad and turned her heart to ice. But she never used any magic. I would have known if she was a witch. It's possible that you did in the past, but it seems she erased all your memories of her true identity. Delora was already able to ascertain that most of your memories of her had been snatched away. Hilda needed you to remain obedient so that when you finally did inherit her role as the bearer, you would continue to do as she wanted. My thoughts feel as if they're spinning endlessly on an axis. The real reason I cursed you was to see if you are truly capable of goodness, Princess. Hilda's influence clung to you even after her death, and we feared that you would continue her previous work. That Angiel might once again fall into darkness if you were not able to help the dark emotions in your heart. So then you cursed me because you were terrified of what I would do if I became the bearer as I was? My only answer is silence. Now I understand why the people hated me. It was because I am my mother's daughter. I cannot help but reach out to touch the pendants on my necklace as the feeling of dread washes over me. We know that there is goodness in you, Princess. We only wanted you to realize it by breaking your curse. Parfait sighs, looking guilty. It was a selfish act on our part, I know. But we could not risk another great war. They believed that I would have plunged the world into a war? I turned to Rod, who has yet to speak since the conversation started. Did he know about all of this? Everyone knows the story of the Tenebrarum witch and her daughter. Everyone except for me. I glanced around at my hand, suddenly feeling numb. I'm a witch, and I will become the Tenebrarum's next bearer. Just the thought of it makes me sick. I turned back to my childhood. I can still recall the glares that everyone gave me when I was a child. They were scared of me because I was my mother's daughter? And what about the king? Did he never love me because I was the daughter of a witch? But if that is the case, if my mother was so wicked, then why did the king marry her in the first place? Hilda threatened to kill the woman he loved if he did not marry her. She threatened to kill Ophelia. Ophelia? So the king had loved her from the very beginning? I clenched my hands into tight fists. After mother died, she was able to reunite with his true love. And since then, he had treated Emmeline and Rod better than he ever treated me, even though I am his daughter by blood. I want to feel angry about this revelation, but instead I feel a dreary emptiness inside me. A heavy feeling begins to settle in my chest, suffocating my heart. He never really loved me. Lucette? Rod's voice snaps me out of my own thoughts. and that is when I realized that a stray tear had made it down my cheek. I quickly wiped it away with the back of my hand, angry at myself for showing weakness in front of them. You must be happy to see me like this. What? Your mother was made queen, and you and your sister became royals overnight. It's like something out of a fairy tale, isn't it? You thought you had the perfect life until I came back into it. I never asked for this to happen, I just wanted to. Rod suddenly moves his hand to Sebi's mouth, muffling whatever other words the plush was going to say for him. What is it that you want to say, Rod? It's nothing. I can assure you, however, that the power that comes with the crown has always been irrelevant to my family and I. So stop assuming that everyone around you is after your title or your riches. Did your time with my sister not teach you anything? I am about to angrily retort when I suddenly stop, my heart sinking. I have already recognized that Emmeline is more complex than I thought she was, and she has also told me that she has never wanted to be a princess. My mother wouldn't have married the king if my father was still here. Delora looks between the two of us and sighs. And here I thought your relationship has improved. Now it seems like it's back to square one. I cross my arms and turn away, annoyed. Do you have anything else to add, Parfait? If not, I would like to return to the palace. Princess? Stay vigilant and be careful about who you trust. Trust? How do you know whom I trust? What makes you think I even trust you? Once again, my mouth is feeling dry. I'll just get some water. I need to get a sippy bottle. It's easier to, because I feel like my mouth is what's getting dry. Okay. I think my water bottle will get empty soon, so I'll have to fill that later on, but I will do that when that time comes. Till then, I hope you don't mind if you hear me drinking water in between, because I actually have no idea how to mute it. How do you know whom I trust? What makes you think I even trust you? Even think I trust you? Oh, shoot. The anger that I was expecting earlier suddenly rises to the surface. For all I know, Parfait and Delora could be feeding me lies, playing with me the way Delora did when she first cursed me. I don't expect you to believe what we are told you. Perhaps it was not yet the right time to reveal everything to you, but please, you need to be careful. I stand up and look at them, my arms now hanging limply at my sides. How am I meant to trust anyone when all of you have been lying to me this whole time? Lucette, if you don't believe us, then try asking the king who killed your Torius. I never even thought about asking the king about Mother. Rod, you should watch your back too. It's possible that this witch in question could be plotting something against the royal family as well. They have been in the palace for a long time after all. She looks at me, then at Rod, her expression somber. I won't be able to stay with you anymore. I had to pick up and leave a few days ago because I was certain he'd caught a taste of my magic. He probably already has. Okay, I think I know who it is, but I forgot his name. I'll let you know when I see him, okay? I understand. Anyway, Lucite is right to return to the palace now. Someone may notice your absence if you're gone much longer. You two should leave now. Let us know if you notice anything unusual. I will. We'll see you again soon, Princess. Remember, stay vigilant. Rod and I leave the Martian in silence. Here in the secret tunnels, we are suffocated under even more silence, but still neither of us make an effort to speak. I am still stuck inside my own mind, sifting through my troubled thoughts. I cannot reconcile I cannot reconcile with the fact that the wicked witch who led the witches during the war was my mother. I did not even realize how many people hated my mother until after she had passed, and they spoke about how cruel a queen she was. I never understood why she had always been the perfect person in my eyes. I never connected my mother with the Tenebrarum Bell. But what Parfait and Delora just told me makes sense. Was I living a lie all these years? A lie that my mother crafted so that I remained cold and bitter even after she passed away? And Delora and Parfait say I am meant to inherit the power of the Tenebrarum from my mother. I did not want that burden. I almost bump into Rod's back when he suddenly stops walking. He turns around and looks at me with a serious expression. I cannot help but feel judged beneath the weight of that gaze. If you're going to tell me you never wanted me as your partner because my mom was a witch, then I wasn't going to say that. What? I won't lie, the first time I saw you, I thought you were like your mom. You were cold, harsh, and selfish. I never wanted anything to do with you. That was why I was so against this partnership, but you're changed, brother. Rod's expression softens. As you and M have grown closer, I have seen that you are not like your mother. Okay. I wouldn't say that she's changed. It's more like she's grown. She's still the same person. It's just that she was like immature. But you know, there's immaturity by choice and immaturity that's completely unintended. So if it is by choice, then you can't really mature or grow from that. But if it's completely unintentional, then she hasn't really changed. She's still the same person, in my opinion. As you and them have grown closer, I have seen that you are not like your mother. She speaks fondly of you, and I can tell she really enjoys your company. That's why, even if I do not have plans to break my curse, I will still do what I can to help yours. It's the least I can do as your partner. I stare at Rod in shock. That's the first time he has ever been so nice to me. Why are you staring at me like that? I'm only doing this because you're important to my sister. Rod turns away, his face beat red. Liar. But I should give Sebi a different voice. It's like I didn't even realize it was Sebi until I saw the cursive font. Rod reaches up to pinch Sebi's face. Ow. Oh no, my bad. No, delete. Yeah, say that there. I'll go with thank. Wait, what? Let me go to log. Should I compliment him or thank him? I'll go with thank. Thank you. Rod turns away, his cheeks dusted pink. Same color as Sebi, if you couldn't tell. Anyways. It's no big deal. I'm only doing this because I see how dedicated you are to breaking your curse. Because I want to get my old life back. And now that they have told me about Mother, I want to prove that I am nothing like her. Anyways, I still want to help you with your curse, Rod. Why do you refuse to break it? Rod stares down at his feet, expression melancholy. Okay, so here's what I think actually happened. I feel like he has a crush on the other girl, Emmeline's friend, who's actually currently engaged. And as for how he got that curse in the first place, I'm not sure, but you know how the little mermaid actually traded her thing? I don't think this would have been the case because I feel like he wouldn't have done that to himself. He'd have a better shot if he were just... Actually, no, his shot would have been the same. But he would have had a better shot if he just spoke. The reason why I say his shot would have been the same right now is because he has Parfait's help. And he has Sebi right now to help him. With his communication, he's probably better at it than he used to be. because he's not the one doing it. But that doesn't mean that. So in that way, I feel like his chances stayed pretty much the same. But the curse has. I feel like the curse. What the curse is actually going to do is that, you know how in the Little Mermaid, right? They originally, in the original story, the Little Mermaid, she didn't actually succeed. She failed. And the whole thing about the trade that she did, the contract, was that if she doesn't make the guy she likes fall in love with her again, like fall in love with her, she would turn into foam. She would return to the sea, but not as a mermaid, but as foam, sea foam. So I feel like what's going to happen here, his curse isn't that his inability to talk. That is a major part of it. But his curse is that he's not able to talk. But now that there is something like Sebi here helping him manage that, I feel like there is an underlying seriousness that being that if he fails to have like a love life, like a good love life or something, like succeed with his love interest, basically he's gonna turn into foam, is what I'm thinking is happening, which is probably why he's given up, because he probably thinks he doesn't really have a shot with her, like the girl he likes, especially because her wedding is coming very soon. Anyways, Rod stares down at his feet, expression melancholy. Because I cannot. Oh shoot! Wait. Okay, there. I didn't realize we were this close to. Okay, I thought it was going to go further than this. Rod stops and shakes his head. He says nothing else, and I do not probe him anymore, especially not after seeing the distant look on his face. We walk through the corridor and back to our rooms after we say our goodbyes. I wonder what Rod was going to say. Mother, look! Eleanor got me this gift. Eleanor? She's my maid and my friend. Princesses don't make friends with their servants. But she is really nice. She even taught me how to braid my hair. Like, those servants are only nice to you because you are the princess. They only pretend to be your friends so that they can have power over you. But Eleanor would never. What reason do I have to lie to you? When have I ever lied to you, little one? You have never lied to me. That is correct. Tomorrow I will remedy the situation. I will hire a new maid. You are not to befriend this one, no matter what she says. But mother, are you arguing with me, Lucette? No, I am sorry, mother. It has been days since Parfait and Talora revealed my mother's true identity, and the inevitable responsibility that I am to have on my shoulders once I turn 18. I have been trying to ask the king about mother, but he is even busier these days than he was before, and it's impossible to find a single moment in the day to speak with him. The fact that I'm a maid makes it even harder to garner his attention. When I am not on break, I continue to do my duties serving Emmeline. Right now I am accompanying her as she practices her walk and posture. Ophelia has been helping her, pointing out any mistakes she finds. I know how hard this is, dear. I had to go through this training as well before I married the king. Emmeline allows her shoulders to slouch before she lets out an exasperated sigh. I've always hated these lessons. I had thought my posture was fine. This is supposed to refine it, and yet all these lessons have been doing is hurting my back. Oh, Emmeline, you'll get the hang of this. You just need to keep practicing. But mother, I've had the same lesson before. Why must I do it again? Because you slouch when you walk, and that is unbecoming of a princess. Emmeline scowls at her mother, and Ophelia's frown falls away as she bursts into laughter. Mother, you're not helping. The atmosphere in the room is far from heavy, as Emmeline and her mother continue to conduct their lessons. It is almost the exact opposite of the lessons I had with Mother. Mother always got angry when I made the smallest mistakes. I know this is hard, but as the Crown Princess, all eyes will be on you during the ball. The people there will judge any small mistake you make, which is why you need to be in top form on that night. I know. Ophelia claps her hands. Alright, now to start again. Emmeline groans before heading to the far wall and straightening her back. She takes a deep breath, puts a book on her head and begins to walk again. The book falls from her head on her third step. She sighs, moves back and starts the process again. Neither of us break Emmeline's concentration by speaking. We stand idly by and watch as she tries time and time again. I am surprised when Ophelia leans towards me and begins to whisper. Lucette, I've been meaning to say this before, but I am grateful that you are friends with my daughter. I look at Ophelia's smiling face with surprise. I never agreed to be her friend. You are not against the princess by making friends with her servants? Oh wait. Oh, I'm out of water. Oh no. I'll just fill some more. I'll be back. Thank you. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for waiting for me. Let me continue. You are not against the princess making friends with her servants? Why would I be? I usually wish more of the staff here wouldn't be so uptight, since I would love for Emmeline to be on good terms with the people who serve her. Besides, social status is never an obstacle to friendship. Ophelia shifts her gaze back to Emmeline, who is now picking up the book that had once fallen from her head. No matter your occupation or status, a friend is always a friend. Oh. You have given Emmeline the courage she needs to face the many challenges she has ahead of her. In a way, you're like family, since you're always around us. Like family? Come what may, both family and friends are there for you and will accept you for who you are. Even before I was cursed, Emmeline was always trying to be my friend. That means she knew all along who my mother was and still wanted to be my friend. The thought leads me to remember that what Parfait told me about mother threatening to kill Ophelia if the king did not marry her. I turned to Ophelia, curious. Your Majesty, may I ask what you knew about the late Queen's rule? Ophelia looks at me quizzically, so I quickly add a thoughtless lie. I was not an angel and I only heard stories. I thought it was hard to believe with how peaceful things are in the palace right now. The kingdom was a dark place back then. People lived in fear under her rule, and the king had no real power over Angel. The witches had free reign over the kingdom. They cast the fairy tale curse incessantly and on a whim. We barely left our houses in fear of becoming cursed. Mother's reign was that terrible? The king still blames himself for the darkness that befell Angel during that time. This is why he works day in and out to stabilize the country and to put smiles on everyone's faces. I remember long ago how he told me that one of the reasons he would always continue to work hard for this kingdom was because he wanted to make a brighter tomorrow for his children. Ophelia looks so confused for a few moments, then brushes off the awkwardness with a small chuckle. He helps his family in his own way. Is it possible he said that with me in mind and Ophelia's slip up? But then maybe he was referring to Emmeline and Rod. The kingdom's come a long way since then, hasn't it? There are still witches here and there, but most of them don't bother others. I pray that the peace we're experiencing right now will last. I say, thank you for telling me. It's a bit of a dreary topic, but I'm happy to have helped. If you need anything else, please don't hesitate to call me. I know it may not be traditional protocol for a queen, but then I do not consider myself a typical queen. I'll try my best to listen to everyone here regardless of what their title or name might be. I can only nod at her in response. Princes or maid, the way Ophelia has treated me has never changed. She's always treated me with kindness regardless of who I am. I never saw it before because I was always so distant from everyone. But now I see that Ophelia treats everyone here with kindness regardless of social status. I was always frustrated by the servants when they compared Ophelia to Mother, saying she was superior. But now, I think I understood why they would make such comparisons. Emily dismisses me after my lessons, and I begin to head immediately back to my room. I've just turned Sir Alcaster is the one who I was saying was us earlier. I think he's the witch. I begin to head immediately back to my room. I have just turned a corner when I notice Sir Alcaster standing before me, scowling. Oh, sorry, not Sir Alcaster. There's another brunette guy who's usually right next to him. Watch where you're going, child. I quickly avert my gaze, not wanting a confrontation. He always looks at me so strangely, almost as if he can see into my mind, or is at least trying to. My apologies, Sir Alcaster. Sir Alcaster nods his head at me stiffly before walking off. You are pardoned, Princess. I turned to stare after him, but he had already turned the corner. He's definitely sus. He knows she's the princess. My blood becomes cold. Was that just a slip of the tongue? Okay, it could have been a Freudian slip. But even then, he knows. But how else would he know that I'm the princess? Is it possible that he is cursed? No, somehow that does not seem right. But if he does not have the fairy tale curse, could he be the witch that Delora warned me about? No, I don't think he himself is the witch. I think it's the other guy. He's always given me witchy vibes. What reason could he have for unveiling his identity then? Unless he just wants to intimidate me further. It occurs to me that Fritz still remembers who I am. Did he tell his father about me? Oh, so Alcastor is his father? Now I'm even more confused about whom I should trust. Lucette? I jump when I hear Rod call me. His expression slowly creases into something that looks like worry. You're pale. Did something happen? Would he believe me if I told him? I feel like I should tell him because he is in as much danger. Like even if my curse doesn't break, I feel like Lucette would still be fine, but I feel like Rod could die. And I feel like that's more important here. Tell him. So Alcastor knows I'm the princess. Do you think he's a witch? He is the witch that Delora was talking about? I whisper the words to him and he responds by raising his eyebrows, looking surprised. What makes you say that? This isn't because of the standoffish way he acts, is it? You don't believe me? Rod sighs. I never said that I didn't. It is just that we can't just blindly accuse anyone without real proof. Rod stares at me for a few moments, then closes his eyes, his eyebrows slightly furrowed with thought. So Fitzgerald also remembers who you are. I do not want to be suspicious of Fritz, but I don't think blindly trusting him would be right either given these circumstances. You need to stay vigilant around him. If anything happens, you can come talk to me about it. You're worried about me? Rod averts his gaze from me. Oh, purple. Of course I am. Wow, you're actually being... Wait, I should get a voice. Wow, you're actually being honest. What? Rod glares at Sebi before pinching his cheek. Anyways, I must leave now. I have a dance to practice for. Dance? But you already know how to dance. What do you have left to practice? Rod does not answer and only walks away. I decide to follow after him. Why did you follow me? I shrug. I wanted to see you practice. To be honest, I wanted to see him dance. I already know that Emmeline is very clumsy when it comes to dancing, but outside of the one practice with Emmeline, I have never seen Rod dance. Emmeline always gloats on his behalf, but I have yet to witness Rod's supposed talent with my own eyes. Our dance together was so short, I barely had any time to judge him. I do not practice with an audience. Why? It is my preference. Rod is easily embarrassed. Rod groans and pinches one of Sebi's cheeks, glowering. Sorry! Rod reluctantly releases the bunny with a sigh. I noticed that I've been talking more lately, Sebi. Oh, that's because Rod here has been saying things that contradict what he thinks and feels. Sebi makes a sound of defeat as Rod once again pinches one of his cheeks. Ah, she's smiling. Rod stares at me with wide eyes, and I stare back, beginning to panic. What's wrong? You smiled again. I put a hand to my mouth, flushing. I was smiling again? I never even noticed. It was a pretty smile, Princess. Right, Rod? Rod quickly turns away, cheeks slightly pink. I need to practice now, so I would appreciate you leaving. He did not command me to leave. What a surprise. Emily said you were a really good dancer. I wanted to see it with my own eyes. Why, so you can judge me? If I'm being honest, I think she should just be honest. What is this? I'm not here to judge you. Why else would you be so keen on watching me? I'm mostly curious. Curious? I wanted to know how good you really were. Then yes, you are judging me. I hold out my hands and he stares, looking taken aback. I should not be scolded for only being curious. Why not just one dance to prove how talented you are? Rod stares at me for a few minutes before reluctantly taking my hand. Wait, did I show my hand? Oh, okay. My bad, I think I missed it. Fine, you better not step on my feet. Rod starts leading the dance. He glides us into the imaginary rhythm of a waltz. Even without the music, I am able to count the steps in my head as I follow his lead. This is different from that short dance we showed Emmeline. I need some more water. But I'm hydrated. Rod's movements are graceful, his touch gentle as he leads me on to an underarm twirl. Oop! I should probably take a picture of that. Boink. Taken. When I come to face him once again, I notice the gentle way he stares at me. The usual hardness of his expression is gone, melted into something relaxed. I find myself staring back at him, looking into his eyes. Perhaps Rod does have some gentleness to him. Our gaze does not break as he tells me. You have beautiful eyes, brother. What is this? Rod's eyes widen as soon as mine do. He abruptly lets go of my hands and steps back. I can only stare at him, my face warm. It wasn't me this time. That was more than just a thought, I swear. Rod says nothing, though his cheeks continue to darken with embarrassment. Oh my. Nice. Let me do that again. Oh my. Rod and I turn to look at Emmeline, who's hovering by the door. Excuse me. Rod quickly walks through the doorway and out into the hallway, leaving Emmeline and I alone in the room. What just happened? Oh, she's blushing. That was a wonderful dance, Lucette. You're watching? I only just saw the last few minutes, but you know, the two of you really did look like a couple. It was sweet. A couple? Aw, you're blushing. I put a hand to my cheek and turn away with a scowl. I am not. Besides, whatever just happened was embarrassing. Do you like Rod? I stare at her. I do not. Also, you're forgetting that I'm a maid who could not be with the prince even if I wanted to. He's grumpy and cold. And even though we are not blood related, he is still my stepbrother. If only Emmeline realized how crazy her words were in light of the truth. Oh dear. Emmeline suddenly looks starry-eyed as he giggles at me. Love knows no boundaries, dear Lucette. Besides, he seems like you. Your brother hates me. Rod can be a contradiction sometimes. Sometimes he says the opposite of what he feels, and only when you get to know him as well as I do, you realize what his truths are. I cannot help but think of Seppi, who always speaks Rod's thoughts aloud when they are contradictory. He was always so mean to Viorica when we were young. He would always bully her for being a crybaby, even though he cried far more often. Yeah, that's the name of the girl he likes. I think he likes Viorica. Or at least liked. But then he got cursed. But then I realized that he treated her more special than he did anyone else. Back then I knew that he liked her. Oh no. I thought one day the two of them would even grow to love each other, but Emily lets out a long sigh as he directs her attention out the window. His attitude towards her has changed ever since he was cursed. Then they grew even more distant when Viorica found a lover. Is that the reason why I've been going to the toy shop with Prince Rod? Because you want to bring them back together? Emily nods. Girl. The three of us were best friends, the three musketeers. It is not the same without Rod. I keep on asking him what's wrong, but he refuses to tell me. He's always been stubborn, but it's not like him to keep secrets. It's heavily frustrating because I have no idea what I should do to help him. I thought he was just being stubborn with me, but apparently no amount of prodding, even from his own family, will make him budge. Why is he being so difficult? I hope you do not mind me asking. What do you know about this course? Emmeline stares at me for a few moments before nodding. You're my friend, Lucette, and I know that I can confide in you. Oh no, my chat closed. Okay, nothing. I didn't miss anything, that's good. You're my friend, Lucette, and I know that I can confide in you. I know that sometimes I'm not trusting enough, but I think Emmeline is still far too trusting. We only know that he has the mermaid's curse. I've read the story so many times, hoping that I can figure out some way to break his curse. I think back and realize that I had actually read the beginning of The Little Mermaid a long time ago, but didn't have the chance to finish it because I was caught by Mother. The Little Mermaid is about a mermaid who trades her voice for legs, right? Yes, she does it so she can be with her prince. Rod's voice was taken away, but I'm sure he was given something in exchange. But I've heard that curses are derived from the original tales, but they are twisted in some way to fit the format of a curse. I nod slowly, thoughtful. I have a strong feeling that Rod's curse is related to Viorica, but I cannot draw the connection. But still, Viorica might be the key to understanding his curse. If Rod did not divulge anything, the next best chance we have of understanding his curse might be by going through Viorica. Chapter 7. Okay, then I'll have to save this. Chapter 7 is be careful what you wish for. Did he wish for something? I'm kind of curious as to how many chapters there are. Today is the first time that I'm leaving the palace on a day off. Usually I choose to stay inside. Whether the other servants always leave to go home, I never see any reason to leave since this has always been my home. And the Martian has never been home. Besides, it's not as if I want to return, not after the conversation we all shared last time. Thus, I spend most of my days asking questions about Mother's reign, inquiring when and where I can, and the opinions do not surprise me. I was so scared of her. One wrong move and she'd have thrown you in prison. The townsfolk would always wait for her to pass by before leaving their houses. She was a tyrant. The kingdom is a far better place now that she's gone. There's no reason for them to lie to me. The more I hear, the more my old life makes sense to me. I know now why the king never seemed to love Mother and why the people hated her. And the reason people looked at me with such fear. However, it has been months since I had been glared at in public. If there is one thing that his curse did to me, it's that it allows me to travel around town without being noticed. As Viorica's shop comes into view, my thoughts shift to the reason I have left in the palace in the first place. If Rod will not tell me anything, I will have to ask Viorica. She might be related in some way to his cause. I pause outside the door to my toy shop. With a deep breath, I push the door open. I'm gonna put this on auto. Welcome! The moment she sees me, her expression becomes confused. Oh, you are the princess's maid, Lucette, wasn't it? I nod at her. You've never come in here alone before. What can I help you with? I wanted to ask you something. It is about Prince Rod. Prince Rod? Did something happen to him? Is he okay? He is fine. She sighs with relief. Then what is it that you would like to ask? I just wanted to know if you knew anything about Prince Rod's sudden muteness. Viorica stares at me for a few moments before she shakes her head. I only know that it happened soon after I met my fiancé, Desmond. What reason do you have for asking? Well, I try to think of a plausible explanation for this, and I immediately consider Emmeline. Viorica's Emmeline's best friend. Surely she would be willing to help if she knew I was doing this for Emmeline. Prince Rod has been very quiet recently. Princess Emmeline has been worried sick about him, but he refuses to say anything, even to her. I have been trying to gather information that might be helpful in discerning the cause. I stare at her expectantly, hoping that my gaze holds nothing but determination. Finally, Viorica smiles. She's lucky to have such a dedicated friend like you. I'm still not accustomed to the fact that Emmeline considers me a friend. Before she became the princess, I was her first confidant. We were like sisters. But now that she's living in the castle, we no longer have the luxury of spending so much time together. I worry about her constantly. Even around me, Em always tended to keep her problems to herself at first. She doesn't like to bother other people with them. It is hard not to agree. With the way Emmeline was always smiling before, I never thought she had any problems in her life. It was only recently that I discovered that she was hiding all her loneliness and pain behind a smile. It's a relief that she's befriended someone who cares so much about her. I don't know if I can be much help, but I'll tell you what I know if it will help Emmeline. To start with, I'm not exactly sure how everything changed, but it all happened so suddenly. All I know is that after the night I met Desmond, our relationship changed. At first he still smiled, but recently he's been avoiding me. What happened between the two of you on the night you met? What happened between you? What happened between the two of you on the night you met your fiancé? Nothing. Rod and I did not meet on that day. Prince Rod wasn't there? No, but soon after what happened that night, Rod grew distant. What happened? It was a stormy night and I was heading back home. I took the route by the riverbank because it was the shortest route. It was foolish of me. The road was slippery and full of mud. I lost my footing and fell into the water. The waves were strong and I was certain I was going to drown. Oh no. I don't remember what happened in the darkness of that water, only that when I woke up, my head was on Decimon's lap. Oh shit. That was the first time we met, but not the last. He carried me home and he came by every day as I was recovering. But then he came to visit even after I had recovered. I tried not to get my hopes up too much because what could this nobleman see in me, a mere commoner? But I ended up falling in love with him. You have no idea how happy I was when he said he loved me too. It was like a dream come true. Of course, every girl's dream of marrying a prince. Every girl dreams of marrying a prince. It was all in the... I need to drink some more water. Where did I leave my bottle? There you go. My nose is clogged. Oh dear. Not sure how that happened, but okay. Of course, every girl dreams of marrying a prince. It was all in the fairy tales that I read as a child. None of that was at all related to Rod. How does this relate to his curse? You said that your relationship with Prince Rod changed after that night. What happened? Eureka sighs. I told Em and Rod about Desmond soon after the incident. Em was happy that the two of us had fallen in love, but Rod didn't say much of anything. That's when I realized he started growing distant, and when I realized that he has also lost his voice. Oh no! He traded his voice to save her. He still won't tell me anything, but I figured that he was. Her voice fades, but I know that she is referring to the curse. So Rod lost his voice shortly after Viorica met Desmond. The mermaid's curse must have something to do with the tale. The little mermaid traded her voice for legs so that she could be with the prince. But that night, the only person who found the prince charming was Viorica. Rod's curse must have something to do with Desmond and Viorica. He became distant with her after finding out about Desmond. Why? But then there's the I'll be back. I'll just go to the washroom a bit. Then there is the fact that he still spoke to Viorica. Oh, sorry, my bad. I forgot to mention, I'm back. I'm not sure why my voice keeps getting nasally, but maybe I should rest after I end the stream. Oh. Then there is the fact that we still spoke to Viorica. Even if he was distant, it was only when he found out about their wedding that he became so cold. I frown as I try to organize my thoughts. How did it get to be this late? I'm so sorry, Lucette, but I have to close the shop now. Sorry for the story. I know it has nothing to do with Rod, but it was after that incident that he began to act strangely. I don't think it was much help, but I shake my head. You have told me what you could. Viorica walks me to the door, opening it so that both of us can step out to the street together. I really hope that you'll be able to help Emmeline and Rod. I hope so too. Did you see Ophelia the other day? I catch sight of two noble women sitting on a bench together, not too far away from the toy shop. They are referring to Ophelia without her title? How disrespectful. Who would have ever thought that a peasant like her would have almost looked like royalty? But her dress. As a queen, she ought to be wearing silks rather than satin. I do not know why, but I bristle at their comments. Everyone is entitled to their opinion, but the fact that they are speaking so bluntly in public means they have little worry of being overheard. I'm still not sure what the king saw in her. Well, you know what they say about ladies lacking natural beauty. Her talents must lie in other, more persuasive areas. What the fuck, bro? She must be very persuasive indeed if the king saw it worthwhile to marry her. As the two women laugh, I feel something hot begin to burn in my stomach. Viorica takes a sharp breath beside me. Since I became a maid in the palace, Ophelia has been nothing but kind to me, a mere servant. She has all the rights to flaunt her status and title, yet she remains humble. I know that this is why everyone in the palace love her. Common women like her can only keep a man's attention for so long. I start walking towards them without thinking. Lucette, I wouldn't. You have no right to say those things about the queen. The two women are clearly surprised at my interruption. Both of them glare at me. And you have no right to eavesdrop on us. Eavesdropping? Anyone could have heard you. Their mouths fall open. One of the women looks at me for a I'm sorry. The mouths fall open. One of the women look at me. Hold on. Their mouths fall open. One of the women looks at me for a long time. Then sneers suddenly as if something has occurred to her. I thought you looked familiar. You're the crown princess's personal maid. I see you following her around when she's in town. This is none of your business, girl. Why do you care so much for our opinions? Perhaps it's because the girl idolizes the queen, thinks she might also go from rags to riches. What? Oh, you do have a point. They stand and advance towards me. Do you want the prince for yourself, girl? If a commoner can become the queen, it's not too difficult to imagine yourself a princess, is it? How foolish, you're better off dreaming smaller dreams, girl. They laugh and the irritation in my chest blazes into full-on anger. Is this what Ophelia has been dealing with for the past year? She's being treated so cruelly when she's done nothing but love the king. And I also ridiculed her just like this. I forced myself to look at the cruel woman as I moved my hand to the pendant hanging around my neck. I was just as cruel as them. I badly feel Viorica's hand as she rested against my shoulder. Lucette, let it go. Her Majesty wouldn't want you to do this. But I cannot let these two women talk about Ophelia like this. I pull away from Viorica and stand firm. The queen has a good heart. She is far more noble than either of you could ever hope to be. I think back on the times I was cruel to her. Ophelia could have easily reprimanded me for my behavior. She had the right as my stepmother, yet she has been nothing but kind to me. Ophelia never got angry at me, even despite my treatment towards her and her family. She has been treated outside. She has always treated others with kindness, even when they are cruel to her. Judging from the bitterness in your accusations, it seems like you are jealous of her. How pathetic. The other woman marches towards me, and my free hand instinctively moves to hold her hand just before her palm reaches my cheek. I will not tolerate any insults towards the queen. A soft light emanates from the pendant, and I can only stare at it in shock. I got another good deed by defending Ophelia? The woman snatches her hand away. How dare a peasant like you talk that way to us? Have you no manners? I could ask you the same. What happened to yours? How dare you? Don't you know who we are, girl? I will see you pay for your impertinence. Our words have far more weight than yours ever will, and I will go to the king myself and tell him about how rude you were. I can pass on that message myself. I turn and see Rod walking towards us, his expression cold. The two noblewomen hastily curtsy. Your Highness! The noblewoman turned pale as Rod's eyes fall on them. Actually, we have an important dinner engagement. Yes, we do. The two noblewomen curtsy before quickly departing. What are you doing here without your guards? What trouble have you gotten yourself into now? I think it's better to just tell him. I feel like honesty is better with this guy. Those women were insulting the queen. I thought lecture was in order. Oh, but everyone is entitled to their own opinion. What? I narrow my eyes at him. Something like this can't be helped. Bad rumors are unavoidable. Rod looks away, his expression suddenly pained. This wouldn't have happened if I hadn't wished for. Rod never finishes the sentence. He clears his throat before looking at us again. What was he going to say? We shouldn't keep you from returning home, Viorica. I'll take Lucette back to the palace. Viorica's eyes narrow and she looks ready to say something, but Rod has already reached out for my hand to pull me along beside him. My eyes narrow as I recognize the path we are on. This is not the way back to the palace. No, it isn't. We're going to the Martian. Why? Because I was on my way there before I was forced to take a detour because someone was drawing attention to herself. What? But Rod ignores me, and we walk the rest of our way to the Martian in silence. Waltz is the only person in the reception room when we enter. Prince Rod? Princess? It's a little late for the two of you to be here. I had meant to be here earlier. Is Lady Parfait here? Waltz nods. I'll go get her. Wait here. As soon as Waltz leaves us alone, Rod turns to me, his expression rigid. Rod steps closer and grabs my shoulders. Wait, isn't this a princess outfit? No, it's not. It's similar though. I wasn't able to say so earlier because we were out in public, but you should know just how much danger you're in now. And you thought it was okay to go around on your own? I was on my day. It was my day off. It was my day off today. It is not unreasonable for me to want time to myself. Time to yourself? Don't you understand the meaning of be careful? Why did you do something as foolish as going out into town alone? I cannot help but bristle at his tone. Why are you so angry? Because you're... Nod trails off and looks away. Oh, even Sebi looks upset. Oh, because you're family. Interesting, bro. You realize that this is the romance route, right? Hopefully it's not actually romantic, because I don't want that. So you're finally acknowledging me as family? I notice his cheeks turning red. To be honest, you're less of a family member and more just important. Brother. Important? Because of all the things you do for Emmeline, you're important to my sister. He looks uncomfortable as he says the words, and I cannot help but marvel at his embarrassment. Why is he so embarrassed? But Rod changes the topic as he turns away from me. Why were you with Viorica? I can only think of one reason you'd speak to her. My curse. You thought you'd find out about my curse through her? I shrug. I can only assume that your curse has something to do with Viorica. I look up when Rod says something and stare. Hold on. I look up when Rod says something, then stare the curious sight before me. He's taken Sebi off his shoulder and is holding the doll in his hands away from his face. The two seem to be engaged in some silent conversation. Then gently, Sebi speaks words I can hear. This is the right thing to do. You need to let her help you, Rod. Rod bites down his lower lip before briefly closing his eyes. Eventually, he returns Sebi to his original spot on his shoulder and turns to me. Fine. You're stubborn. You're not going to quit investigating unless I tell you, are you? You're right. Viorica's the reason I was cursed. Rod sits down on the settee and leaves out a heavy sigh. His eyes are far away as he speaks to me. I was in love with Viorica, but I wasn't brave enough to tell her. I just followed her around like some kind of puppy. One day Viorica hadn't come home and it was raining very heavily, so I went out to look for her. I found her walking along the bank of a river. I called out to her to tell her to be careful, but I don't think she ever heard me. She slipped and Rod swallows. He clenches one of his hands into a fist. She fell into the river. I dived in after her. Somehow managed to get both of us into the river bank, but it didn't look like Viorica was breathing. I didn't know what to do. I started panicking. I ran off to try and find help, but I couldn't find anyone in the storm. When I returned, she was gone. I rushed to her house, and a doctor was already there tending to her along with Desmond. Rod's gaze is as vacant as he nods. When Viorica began to fall in love with Desmond, I felt helpless. Did you not tell her that you were the one that saved her? Why would I? Viorica was so happy believing that she and Desmond were fated to be together. I couldn't do that to her. But surely if he told her. Rod interrupts me. I want the people I love to be happy. I don't care if their happiness causes me pain. I'd rather bear that alone instead of bringing down those around me. My chest aches as I watch Rod's face. I never would have thought that Rod would be so selfless. But that didn't stop me from thinking that I could still make her love me instead. I decided to become what I thought Viorica wanted most, the Prince Charming of the fairy tale she so adored. And so I asked a witch to turn me into one. She stole my voice in exchange. Only then did I realize that she had inflicted the fairy tale curse upon me. The mermaid's curse. Oh no, what? Bro. Okay. The next day, the king turned up at our house, proclaiming that he had been looking for my mother for years and that he'd never stopped loving her. When the king married my mother, I became a prince. It was just as the witch promised. But it didn't matter. I didn't see it when I made the deal with the witch. But it didn't matter. I didn't see it when I made the deal with the witch. But I couldn't be blind to it forever. Desmond and Viorica really do love each other. They really make each other happy, and nothing I can do will ever change that. Rod, Prince Rod? Oh, Parfait pauses in her tracks when she sees me. Have I interrupted something? No. Rod moves over to Parfait, but he stops to glance back at me. I won't be long. Parfait looks at Rod and then at me, her face puzzled, but she does not say a word as Rod and her leave the room. I did not get the chance to discuss Rod's curse with him later that night, nor did I get the chance to speak with Parfait and Delora about my suspicions of Sir Alcaster. Days go by, but I still find myself overwhelmed by preparations for the ball. Things becoming more frantic every day, making it difficult for me to have any time to speak with anyone. Eventually, I decided to write a letter containing my suspicions of Sir Alcaster. I tell Parfait and Delora that I believe he might be the witch that they are looking for. I also add that I believe Fritz might be somehow involved, though my suspicions are not as well founded with him. To make my matters worse, he went and disappeared. I have not heard anyone mention his name for a long time. I am very forcefully pulled over from my thoughts when I collide with someone. The linens I had been holding scatter over by the floor. Excuse me, I did not. I look up and my voice trails over when I see who I bumped into. Yeah, this is the guy who I thought is the witch. Maitros. Lost in your thoughts? So Maitros looks at me. Something wailed in his smiling eyes. I suppose those are the linens the queen asked for? Yes, please excuse me. I began gathering up the linens, but as soon as I reach for one, Sir Mythos picks one up first. Allow me to help you. I will be fine. But this was partially my fault. Let me assist you. I bite my lip and do not protest as Sir Mythos helps me gather the rest of the linens. I am contemplating my schedule for the rest of the day when I realize that Sir Mythos has been talking. I don't suppose you have any idea on who that maid is? Maid? There's a cold amusement in Sir Mythos' gaze. Surely you have heard the rumor of a young prince having been seen with the royal maid somewhere around town. Rumor has it that Prince Love has found love among common folk, much like his royal stepfather has. Rod with a maid? As far as I am aware, the only maid he has been out in town with has been... I freeze at Sir Mythos straightens, patting down his clothes for dust while holding out some of the linens to me. If it's true, I wish him the best, though I wish he had been more discreet about it. Yikes, why is he... Oh my god, this is gross. A royal scandal is the last thing we need right now. Oh, no, what just happened? I shakily take the linens from Sir Mythos as he inclines his head to me. Have a good day, Lucette. I walk to the dining hall in a haze, my mind whirling the implications of what Sir Mythos just said. I'm sure if those noble women... It was those noble women who spread this rumor. Ah, Lucette, thank you for bringing these to me. Just leave them on the table. I curtsy after placing the linens down as commanded. If that is all... Lucette, I straighten at the tone of Ophelia's voice when I look up that I see her. When I look up, I see that her expression is carefully still. I'm about to ask you something that you might not want to answer, but I very much hope you will. I will answer if I can. Good. Ophelia sighs as she sits down on one of the dining table chairs and folds her hands onto her lap. I've been trying to ignore it since the palace gossip is mostly false, but I can't help my curiosity. I wanted to ask about your relationship with my son. What? I understand that you and Rod were out together in town a few days ago. Do you want to tell me what happened? Should I be honest with her? If Ophelia is asking me about those rumors, then I can only imagine what sort of story these women made up. Prince Rod was on his way somewhere when he chanced upon me. When he saw that I was in trouble with two noble women, he stopped to intervene, that is all. Rod said the same thing. Then why did you ask me, Your Majesty? To see what you thought about the situation. I don't think anyone should get a say in what your relationship with Rod is. My relationship with Rod? I like you, Lucette. Oh, I did the right choice. Okay, that's good. I like you, Lucette. I'm certain that you're good for Rod. If I had been my way, I would let him court you. Huh? I feel the heat in my cheeks as I trip over my words. The prince and I are not in a relationship. A member of the royal family cannot end up with a servant. Where there's love, there's hope. Social status cannot stop you from being happy. Social status shouldn't stop you from being happy, Lucette. Then what about the fact that I'm Rod's stepsister? I bite down on that statement fiercely. I already know what role I am playing here and I cannot break it. Ophelia looks at me with a complicated expression before she sighs. I will not push you on this any further. But be careful, Lucette. Your closeness with my son and daughter has not gone unnoticed. I'll just take a bathroom break right now. Hold on. I am back. Just be careful, Lucette. Your closeness with my son and daughter has not gone unnoticed. I do not believe in limiting relationships because of one's status, but I understand. I curtsy as I move towards the dining hall's entrance. What did Ophelia mean by that closeness not going unnoticed? Later that day, I am waiting outside the throne room from Emmeline. To finish one of her classes, two maids walk towards me and stop in front of me. Lucette, isn't it? What is it? I've already finished all my tasks for the day. Oh, I'm sure you have. Probably rushed through all of them so that you can hang out with the prince and princess tonight. The head housekeeper's been giving you a lighter load so that you can afford the time to play around, I blink at them, confused. I had no idea what you're talking about. Don't play dumb. All the servants know what you've been doing. Just because you're Princess Emmeline's personal maid doesn't make you better than the rest of us. I'd be careful not to get too big for your boots, Lucette. Are you threatening me? What if we are? Then I'd be very disappointed in you. Princess Emmeline! Emmeline moves to stand beside me, a disapproving expression on her face. I did not expect such petty cruelty from the two of you. You should be ashamed of yourself. Your Highness, you really do have a talent for getting yourself in trouble. Rod pauses briefly. Oh, no, I skipped it by accident. His eyes meeting mine for a second before he looks at the maids. Don't you have better things to do than to bully my sister's maid? We apologize, Your Highness. We'll be on our way. The two maids run off. Emmeline turns to look at me. Are you okay? I'm about to answer when I notice that Rod is abruptly walking away from us. I frowned at his back. He had only just started being nice to me and he's already back to acting as if I don't exist. What did I do? Emmeline puts her hands... Oh dear. Did I miss anything? Oh, I did not. Okay. Emmeline puts her hands back on my back and gently pushes me forward. You wanted to ask him something, right? I could see in his eyes. I could see it in your eyes. Emmeline smiles as she pushes the door to the throne room open. I have a few more questions I'll ask my teacher. I'll be a while. But she disappears into the throne room before I can finish. I glance down the hallway. Rod just disappeared down, and then back at the throne room. My thoughts whirl together in a vague mess until I make my decision. Wait! At the sound of my approaching footsteps, Rod turns and looks at me. He scowls, but does not say anything. You know what? I'm gonna act entitled. The words spill out of me before I can even think on them. What have I done now to make you angry with me? Nothing. He turns away and I glare as I follow closely behind him. You expect me to believe that? You can at least look at me when I'm talking to you. I reached out a hand to his elbow and pulled him back so that he is facing me. Rod? But the words die in my throat when I see the expression on his face. His face is red and refuses to look at me in the eye. Oh no! Sure, okay. My surprise causes me to release him. Rod quickly turns around and begins to walk away. I am left to stare dumbly after him. What is wrong with him? Normally he's not so afraid to speak his mind. I frown as I feel a dull ache throbbing somewhere deep in my chest. What is this? Why do I feel sad? Normally Rod's distance does not make me feel like this. And yet now, am I really so sad to see he does not want to speak with me? I shake my head and take a deep breath to still my mind. It is better not to think about it. Chapter 8, The Ball. How many chapters are even in this? It is the day of the ball, and I am waiting for Emmeline to finish her last dance rehearsal. The lesson was over an hour ago, but Emmeline remains here with continue practicing the steps. Meanwhile, I am preoccupied with thoughts of Rod's curse. Man, I need to practice my speaking. No matter, I don't know if I've been getting better at it or worse at it. It's not really speaking that I feel like I have an issue with, but more so that when I'm reading, I tend to autocorrect. I actually don't read the whole thing. Even if I try to, I just slow down. But even when I do slow down, I somehow, for some reason, skip over some words and they autofill into different words, and then I had to go back and change the words. And I do not know why this keeps happening. I cannot believe that Rod traded his voice for a title. So the reason the king was able to find Ophelia was because of Rod. It is a little difficult to wrap my head around the implications, but one thing bothers me. Rod told me why he has the curse, but he gave no explanation as to how to break it. How did it go in the original fairy tale? Emmeline finishes up the last steps of her routine before walking over to me. I hand her the glasses of water I was holding for her. Thank you, Lucette. Emmeline must notice my curiosity because she stops to look at me quizzically. Is something the matter? I read a little bit of the fairy tale but never finished it. Can you tell me the whole story of the Little Mermaid? The Little Mermaid? Emmeline takes a seat on one of those chairs bordering the throne room and gestures to me to take this one opposite of her. Telling a fairy tale is always a good way to wind down. Once upon a time, there was a mermaid that fell in love with a handsome prince. One day, when she swam to the surface of the ocean to find him, she saw the ship. She saw that the prince was celebrating his birthday on the grandest ship in the kingdom. The little mermaid was captivated by the human party and stayed to watch. But then suddenly a violent storm hit and the prince was thrown from the ship into the ocean. The little mermaid saved the prince and took him safely to shore, but she could not stay long. She eventually had to return to the ocean and leave him on land. This is similar to Viorica's rescue. The little mermaid was so in love with the prince that she went to see a witch who offered to trade her a potion that would turn her mermaid's tail into legs. They struck a deal. The mermaid would sacrifice her beautiful voice for legs so that she could live with the prince on land. So in Rod's case, he traded away his voice to become a prince. However, the sea witch gave the little mermaid a warning. It said that if she wasn't able to make the prince fall in love with her, there would be consequences. Consequences? Yes, namely if the prince fell in love and married with someone else, the mermaid's heart would break and she would dissolve into sea foam. I cannot help but recoil. My expression must betray my horror because Emmeline quickly shakes her head. There is no need to be worried. Rod said that his curse is different from the fairy tale. He's lying, bro. And you believe him? Emmeline shrugs helplessly. Emmeline shrugs helplessly as she puts down her now empty glass of water. The fairy tale curse always twists the original fairy tale, right? Besides, it's not as if Rod traded his voice for legs, and I've never heard of a curse play. Hold on, let me just drink water. Besides, it's not as if Rod traded his voice for legs, and I've never heard of a cursed person that dies because they cannot break their curse. That may be true, but Emmeline does not know that what Rod traded his voice for. She does not know that he did it to become a prince for Viorica. Rod is already hiding things from her. It is possible that Rod will die the day that Viorica marries dead. Is it possible that Rod will die the day Viorica marries Desmond? Later that day, I find Rod in the dining hall. He appears to be inspecting the seating arrangements for the night's banquet. He glances up briefly to look at me before returning his attention to the placards with the guest's name to them. What is it? I have been looking for you all morning. I'm distracted from what I was about to say when I noticed Rod switching the position of two placards. I frown as I catch the name on one of them. He's moving Viorica's place at the table. Is he trying to make sure she sits as far away from him as possible? Surely you have better things to do than stay in there. What happens if you cannot break your course? Rod's movements stutter before he shakes his head sharply. That is something you do not need to know. I'm gonna get angry at him. Rod's coldness glares at me, grates at me, and I find myself snapping at him. What is wrong with you? Excuse me? All I am doing is trying to help you break your course, but you are acting as if my trying to help you will only make things worse. No, I am only insisting that I do not need your help. We are partners, Rod. I know it doesn't mean much to you, but it means something to me. I intentionally softened my tone when I realized that I have been shouting at him. You should let me help you. What for? Just because you somehow managed to get two good deeds on your own doesn't mean you can help me at all, Lucette. Frustration courses through me as I clench my hands into fists. Why must he be so stubborn? Is he so certain that I will not be able to help him at all? Emmeline told me the story of the Little Mermaid. She said that if the mermaid dies, the prince marries someone else. Rod, when Viorica marries Desmond, will you... My voice trails off when I hear the sound of the door behind us. Is it Ophelia, the king? Rod rushes forward and grabs me before I can glance back at the door. Ow. I became aware of a weight holding me down to the floor. The impact of the ground against my head blurs my vision, making it impossible to see what is happening at first. Am I underneath the dining table? I struggle to try to sit up, but the weight pushes me down on me again, forcing me to be still, quiet. Rod, why did he push me underneath the table? I'm about to ask him aloud when the sound of footsteps silences me. I cannot help but remember what Sir Mythos was saying about the rumors. If Rod and I were seen alone together by the servants, the rumors will no doubt get worse. But why is Rod doing this? I stay quiet as the people that enter the dining hall begin to talk. How strange for this palace to be empty at this time of day. There's a pause and then another voice speaks up. You better have good news for me, Mythos. Sir Alcaster and Sir Mythos? Rod's hands tighten on my shoulders. Everything is as you requested, Sir Alcaster. There should be no issues. There better not be. You disappointed me before, Mythos. I would be careful not to try my patience again. Yes, Sir Alcaster. Sir Mythos sounds oddly subservient. But why? The two of them are both ranked equally, and neither of them should be able to answer to anyone other than the king. Unless Sir Alcaster truly is the witch and is forcing Sir Mythos to obey him with a spell. Wait a few minutes after I leave. We should not be seen together. I do not hear Sir Mythos respond, but I can hear Sir Alcaster leaving the room. Sir Mythos sighs out, but is otherwise silent when he leaves the room after a few moments. I exhale fully as the door closes behind Sir Mythos. This is bad. I was so engrossed in Sir Alcaster and Sir Mythos' conversation that I only just now realized that Rod was hovering over me. Bruh. Okay. Let me take another picture. I feel like... There you go. Hey, are you alright? Are you hurt? You look a little... Rod suddenly pauses as he notices our positions. He stares at me for a few moments, eyes wide. He scrambles out from underneath the dining table, and by the time I do the same, he's standing far away from me, his gaze fixed on the wall. He is bright red. It would be funny if I weren't sure I was the same color. Rod clears his throat. It seems that Sir Alcaster really is the witch, and if he has the ability to make Sir Mythos obey him, Lady Parfait should be told immediately. Rod turns on his heel to leave the dining room. Rod, wait. What? This is urgent, princess. I can't just... When Viorica marries Desmond, will you die? Rod pauses for a moment, but I can tell from his pained expression that he will not speak. You're running out of time, Rod. My eyes flint between Sebi and Rod. What does that mean? Nothing. He turns away from me once again and starts walking away. Running away solves nothing, Rod. You're one to talk. Telling you about my course won't change anything. The outcomes will always be the same. Leave it alone, Lucette. It's for the best. I cannot help but get mad at Rod's dismissive tone. I move towards him, frowning. How can you say something like that? You are not the only person that will be affected if you keep refusing to do anything to break your curse. Can you imagine what your death would do to your sister or to your mother? Losing you would destroy them. Rod's face is suddenly inched away from mine. He places his hands to the wall behind me, caging me in. His face is flushed with anger, but the look on his eyes is tormented. My family has been dealing with the consequences of my actions for the majority of my life. Don't think that I don't know what effect my curse has on the people closest to me. Besides, I don't want to involve you in this too. His voice is a whisper, but I can... Oh, hold on, let me just drink more water. His voice is a whisper, but I can still hear his words. Rod? Rod pushes away from me and stalks off as I stare after him. He says that, but then he still does nothing to try and break his curse. I do not understand him at all. What is stopping him? Rod is absent from the palace for the rest of the day, and returns only once the sun has set to prepare the ball for the ball. I have not been able to talk to him since, but I assume that he has been to the Martian to tell Delora and Parfait about our suspicions of Sir Alcaster being a witch. I hope they come up with an effective plan for dealing with him. The palace is not safe for so long as he is here. The ball is just about to start that evening, and I have been asked to make sure none of the guests are lost and wandering in the hallways. I have been walking around for a while, directing any late guests in the right direction. That should be everyone. But as I turn to the corner, I notice two people lingering by a column. Excuse me, the throne room is... I pause when I look more closely at the two men in front of me. I recognize one of them instantly. What is Sir Alcaster doing outside the throne room? And who is the man he is with? Wait, is that... He looks familiar. Is he Waltz? No, wait. I need to save my file. Main menu. Okay, I think last time I noticed that there's gallery. Waltz. No, Waltz has red eyes. Who has gold eyes then? Fritz. Does Fritz have piercings? I know Waltz has piercings. Fritz shouldn't have piercings, at least not as far as I know. But it could be Fritz, considering that, he's his son, I think. Continue. Yeah, I think it's What is Sir Alcaster doing outside the throne room, and who's that man he is with? Ah, Lucette. Sir Alcaster gestures me towards him, and I approach warily. This is Varg. He is one of the guests for the ball. Varg sweeps across his cape as he bows, and I curtsy and dip my head to hide my expression. I have not heard of a Varg, and why would he be bowing to a mere maid? Also, why is he wearing such an elaborate costume and mask? This is not a masquerade ball. If Varg is an acquaintance of Sir Alcaster, there is no telling what or who he truly is. Varg is one of the suitors for Princess Emmeline. Would you please escort him to the throne room? I will be along shortly. Varg's politeness is even more suspicious. Of course, Sir Alcaster. I meet Varg's gaze briefly, and I cannot help but frown at the way he is smirking at me. This way. Varg and I make our way towards the throne room. I cannot help but feel wary about the fact that he is following behind me where I cannot see him. If the maids are this lovely, the princess must be truly beautiful. Wag laughs and I grit my teeth at the sound. What? I meant it as it was meant as a compliment. There's no need to look at me like that. Wag looks at me curiously. Are maids not allowed to speak in this palace? I have nothing to say. Not the most cheerful person on the staff, are you? Thankfully, the doors of the throne room appear as soon as we turn the corner, and I do not have to come up with a response to his words. We are here. I gesture towards the throne room and move to leave, but Wag's voice stops me. You should at the very least escort me inside and introduce me to the princess, don't you think? Is that what a maid should do? Isn't that what a maid should do? Technically, that's the announcer's job, but Wag came so late that he already missed the introductions. I wouldn't want to think badly of any of the servants at the palace. I take a deep breath to calm myself before turning towards the doors. Follow me. I can tell the moment I step into the room that the official introductions have already passed. Most of the guests have already begun to mingle and scatter across the throne room as the band sets up. No one notices when I walk into the throne room in front of Wag. I do not trust Wag, not if he is associated with Sir Alcaster. I might have time to warn someone about him while he is distracted, but whom? I will warn Rod, because Emmeline has no idea what Sir Alcaster is up to. My eyes fall on Rod. I notice that he is leaning against one of those walls away from the crowds. I head directly for him, moving quickly so that Wag is not right behind me. Rod frowns at me as I come to stand in front of him. What? There's a man here called Wag. I think Sir Alcaster brought him. Sir Alcaster? Apparently Wag is one of the suitors for Emmeline's hand. Rod glances past me at Wag, his eyes narrowed. Is that him? Is that Wag? When I turn back and follow his line of sight, I almost gasp in shock. Wag is bent over one of Emmeline's hands, clearly having just pressed a kiss to the back of it. You should have kept him away from M. But okay, I'll do that now. Rod and I are not too far away, but we can hear him clearly, and the throne room is already being hushed. May I have the first dance, Your Highness? I feel sick, but I cannot bring myself as Emmeline put her hand. No, I don't want this. But just in case. I want to load. I will want Emmeline. My attention is quickly drawn to whether Emmeline is moving between groups of people, introducing herself and making light conversation. I know this would be frowned upon, but Emmeline's safety must come first. I make my way quickly over to Emmeline and curtsy off just to the side, trying to quickly draw a little attention to myself as possible. Princess Emmeline, may I have a word? Emmeline is clearly shocked at my intrusion, but she masks it well. Excuse me, it appears my maid has something for me. I draw her closer to the wall so the crowd blocks us from view. I wasn't expecting you to be here, Lucette. Not that I mind, but wouldn't you get in trouble? There's no time for that. I take her hand in mine and look at her somberly. You have to watch out for this man in a mask. Sir Alcaster brought him to the ball. Why should I be worried then? I can't exactly tell her what I think that he's a witch right now. There are not many people looking. Just please be wary of him. I'm sure there's nothing to be worried about from anyone here, Lucette, especially if Sir Alcaster is involved. On the contrary, if Sir Alcaster is involved. Okay, Rod does show up. That changes things. That's a good thing. On the contrary, if Sir Alcaster is involved, I would also recommend staying on your guard, Emmeline. Rod? I turn in shock to see Rod suddenly standing beside me. You should trust Lucette. Oh yeah, that is the right. Okay. Excuse me? I jump back at the sound of Wag's voice. Rod takes a step forward and places his hand on my shoulders to steady me. I don't believe we have been introduced. Wag looks at me for a few moments, but I say nothing. He eventually turns to Emmeline, a wolfish smile on his face. My name is Wag, and you must be Princess Emmeline? The tales of your beauty did not do you justice. Emmeline flushes at Wag, reaches for her hand. He presses a kiss to the back of it, still grinning, but I feel Rod's behind me. May I have the first dance? Emmeline bites down on her lower lip as she stares at him. I become acutely aware of just how quiet the throne room has become. She cannot refuse him with so many people watching her. I feel sick, but I cannot bring myself to say anything more as Emmeline puts her hand in Varg's. I accept Lord Varg. The moment Emmeline makes her way to the center of the dance floor, a man signals to the band that the musicians start playing. This feels wrong. I can only nod as I watch Varg pull Emmeline closer. At first it was just he and Emmeline dancing, but then other couples gradually tickle and to join them. I do not like this at all. Rod and I watch in silence as the first dance continues on, but I know for a fact that Rod must see the dreamy smile on Emmeline's face as certainly as I can. But the music stops, both of us move as one towards Emmeline, and even though the dance is over and Varg has released her, they still stand close together in the center of the room. The silence is interrupted when the double doors open and Sir Alcaster, along with the two knights, stalk into the center of the room where Emmeline and Varg stand. The arrival causes an uneasy stir in the crowds. The king rises from his throne, eyebrows drawn. Alcaster, is there some kind of disturbance? Alcaster says nothing as the knights stationed around the room approach Emmeline and Varg and stand around them, encircling them. Emmeline's expression shifts from confusion to fear. Crowds becomes even more anxious. Alcaster, explain this. Alcaster briefly glances at him but says nothing. He turns back to his knights and snaps his fingers. The knights pull out their swords and point them at Emmeline. I reach out to grasp Rod's arms before he can make his way towards her. Rod, it is too dangerous. I know, but thoughtless actions have the potential to put Emmeline in even more danger. Rod's only response is to tighten his grip in my hand. I place my other hand over his to reassure him, and slowly but surely his grip begins to loosen. I turn my gaze back to the king. Alcaster, stop this immediately. What do you think you're doing? Something I should have done a long time ago. I have been nothing but loyal to this kingdom, and all I ever wanted was for Angel to thrive. But ever since the queen died, this kingdom has become weak. It is because you are a weak ruler, Gennaro. What? The people are more productive back then, more disciplined during the late queen's reign, and the kingdom has become less productive, without fear to drive them. When there is power, there is order. Power is not something that should be needlessly used to control people. It is used to protect them. You of all people should know that. So Alcaster shakes his head. I of all people know what order is. I of all people know what that order is, what makes a hierarchy stronger. Do you want the hierarchy, bro? I get the whole distribution of powers argument, but what is this? I'm only doing what is necessary. I am reorganizing the system. Hand over the crown, Gennaro. So Alcaster turns his head to Varg, who remains standing beside a scared Emmeline. You will disobey me if you do not want you will obey me if you do not want your precious daughter harmed. Please leave my daughter out of this. Emmeline steps back, her eyes now brimming with tears. Varg, seize the princess. As soon as Alcaster gave the order, Rod immediately lets go of my hand and rushes towards Rod. No, I quickly follow after him, but Rod suddenly stops in his track. Rod? Varg! Oh! Okay, I think I know who Varg is now. Well, actually, I might. We'll see. So Alcaster's booming voice echoes through the room, but the silence has gone eerily silent. My eyes move to Varg, but he's standing motionless. What is happening? Finally, Varg smirks. He steps to the side, standing in front of Emmeline as if to block her from you. Sir Varg, you must be delusional, old man. I am not letting you anywhere near the princess. Is this Fritz? The knight's next movements are a blur, but they all rush at Sir Alcaster in mere moments. He has been disarmed and pinned to the ground. Several more knights have also appeared behind him to surround Sir Alcaster. A man emerges from in between the circle of knights. He moves to stand between Varg and Emmeline. Sir Maithros looks at Sir Alcaster disdainfully. What is the meaning of this, Sir Maithros? We had a deal. The anger is now palpable in Sir Alcastro's flushed face. Did we now? Maithros, explain yourself. Sir Maithros drops to one knee in front of the king. Of course, Your Majesty. He raises his hand slightly to look at the king. I have known for a long time while that man you see before you is a traitor. Wait. I have known for a long while that the man you see before you is a traitor. I was even aware of his plans, and I could not tell you of them without any evidence. 2 of your knights had tried to inform you of these plans before, but we all looked down on them with disdain. I had to make sure that I did not come unprepared like they did. Julian and Garland? Wait, he was on our side? What? Wait, I thought he was the sus guy. Nah. Julian and Garland? But both of them knew of Sir Alcaster's plans? Was that the reason why they were both dishonorably discharged for false accusations? I knew enough of this plan that I could thwart it. This is why I thought the best way to reveal his dastardly ways was to craft a fake alliance with him. Sir Varg and I have been working together to unravel Alcaster's plans. Your Majesty, Varg is an invaluable accomplice. Wait, so Sir Maithros has been pretending to work with Sir Alcaster this whole time? Also, we arrive at the events of tonight. I apologize for undertaking this task without seeking your counsel, Your Majesty. But I could think of no better way to end this madness once and for all. You lying snake! Sir Maithros stands and turns to Alcaster. He gestures at him dismissively. Seize him. The knight's next movements are a blur. The men rush Sir Alcaster all at once, and in mere moments, Sir Alcaster has been disarmed and is now pinned to the ground. Isn't Sir Alcaster a witch? Why is he not using his magic? Maithros, I am indeed indebted to you for saving us. The whole kingdom is. Oh, wait a second. Okay, I think I know. He is sus. He's still sus. I need to use the washroom. I'll be back. I'll explain why he's sus in a bit. Okay. I think I know who Wag is, but I think my source is still sus. I only did what was necessary, Your Majesty. Alright, why did I think he was sus again? I don't know, actually. So, and then the game itself explained why he's sus. It's basically because I feel like he was more aware of what was happening from the start. Like, he was already really weird from the beginning, in my opinion. The king glances at the knights, then at Sir Alcaster, his gaze steely. Oh, maybe he's doing this to gain our trust. Take him away. Sir Alcaster struggles uselessly against the knights as they drag him away. He's nearly out the door when he starts screaming at the king. Gennaro, you are a fool. That man is a witch, a snake. You cannot trust him. No, Alcaster, I was wrong to put my trust in you. Even as Sir Alcaster pulled from the room, we can hear him babbling in the hallways about a witch. Sir Alcaster never used any magic to escape. Was he truly not a witch? Are you alright, princess? I'm pulled from my thoughts when I heard Wag's voice. He is now trying to comfort or shaken Emmeline. For a few moments, he looks away and his eyes meet mine. He smiles, but it's fleeting, and moments later, his attention is back on Emmeline. Yep. He's odd. The ball comes to an abrupt end after Alcaster's stunt. He's thrown into a jail cell and promised a trial after a few days' time, where he will be tried for treason against the kingdom. I still can't believe Sir Alcaster would do something like that, and so brazenly too. I wonder what happened to Sir Fitzgerald. So Wag is Fritz, I think. They say he vanished completely last night. Do you think he was working with his father? The truth is that I have no idea what to think. I had thought that I had everything figured out, but now I have become more and more confused by the moment. Fritz was always loyal to the fault, but then Alcaster was the same way with the king, and I have not seen or heard of Fritz for weeks. I cannot really say. Good morning, Princess Emmeline. Sir Wag. Wag was offered a room at the palace for a few days' visit. He's being treated as Sir Mithros' valued guest. I have heard from the other day that other servants that he is Sir Mithros' relative who lives in a neighboring kingdom. I hope that you're feeling well now, princess. Yes, thank you for your help last night. Is Emmeline blushing? I know I won't be here long, but I do hope to get to know you better during the duration of my stay. I would love that. Then I'm looking forward to spending more time with you. Oh, I forgot that I meant to be in my mother's room right now. You said, Sir Wag, I'll see you both later. I curtsy as Emmeline walks off, leaving me alone with Wag. I cannot help but feel uneasy in his presence. Something about him puts me on edge. He makes me feel uncomfortable. Excuse me, I have errands to do. Wait. Before you head out, I have something to give you. Oh? Give me? Wag reaches out into one of his pockets and withdraws a letter that he holds out to me. Can I open it? What is this about? Well, I guess I'll have to open out to find out, princess. He knows. I think this is Fritz. My blood turns to ice in my veins. He knows that I am the princess. That could only mean that he is. I have no idea what you are talking about. Excuse me. I'm about to leave when Wag suddenly grabs my wrist. The play is about to start, princess. You have a responsibility as the main character to perform impeccably until the very end. Otherwise, well, he grins at me. It is the same wolfish smile that he flashed at me during the ball. You might miss out on your fairy tale ending. What? Before I can say anything else, I feel a hand grip on my other arm. Someone tugs me back and away from Wag, then comes to stand in front of me. Stay away from her. Rod? Wang looks at Rod at the same time, his smile growing even more crooked. What an interesting turn of events. Is this Fritz's course? Hold on. Pinocchio? Wait, let me save this. Ah, Red Riding Hood. Okay. So I think he's a wolf, I guess. Because I think this is the Neverland course. What an interesting turn of events. I wonder how this will end for the both of you. Tell me, Lucette, what is he to you? Just gonna save that here. I will say he is a friend. A friend, you say? Is that what he really is? Yes. Oh, the disgruntled look of... What? Was that not what I was supposed to say? Oh, the disgruntled look on Sir Prince Rod's face says otherwise. I wonder why. If you don't cease talking right this instant, I will have the knights escort you out. Of course, I apologize for my rude behavior, Your Highness. You seem to know a lot about us. Are you a... I lower my voice. Are you a witch? You're asking the wrong person, Princess. He knows who you really are. I think it's you two. I think you two are worrying too much about me. After all, I'm just a pawn in this game. Vag dips into an elegant bow and flashes one last smile before walking away. Are you alright? I am. Thank you for helping me. You know I'd do anything for you. Wait, what? What? Rod shakes his head before stepping away. Anything? For me? Rod coughs, pulling me from the thought. It is possible that he is a witch or that he is working with other witches, but we have no evidence to prove it. Until we figure out what is going on, you need to be wary of him. I know. Rod smiles at me gently. The look makes my heart thud once, painfully in my chest. Stop staring at me like that. Rod looks away, his cheeks tinged red. I feel my own cheeks warm at the sight. I wasn't staring at all. Both of you are hopeless. Shut up, Sebi. Rod gives me one last look before finally turning and walking away. I place my hand over my chest, and where I can still hear my thudding heartbeat. This feeling, is this what I think it is? Then I have no right to feel that way about him. He is my stepbrother. I shake my head to clear the thought, then glance down at the letter that Vag just delivered to me. There is only one sentence written on it. Come to the throne room alone tonight. Chapter 9, the wedding. Whose wedding? Oh, that wedding. The throne room is empty when I arrive. I can only hope that this is not some sort of trap. Soon after I enter, the door swings open and a familiar face enters the room. Sir Maithros? Sir Maithros walks towards me. When he is close enough, he drops to one knee and bows. I frown as I take a step back from him. My princess, do not be alarmed. I know of your true identity. Sir Maithros flashes me a wide smile that caused a shudder to run down my spine. You know who I am. Then that means you are. I take another step back as the blood drains from my face. Sir Maithros' smile only widens at my reaction. I'd say it for you. Yes, I am a witch. Yep, he's sus. He's not sus. It's not even sus anymore. He just outright said it. If you're a witch, then Sir Alcaster is. A mere human. A fool one. And Vag? Nothing but my personal errand boy. What the fuck, bro? A thought suddenly occurs to me. If Sir Alcaster was plotting against the kingdom, then did Sir Maithros also punish Fritz somehow? What about Fritz? Is he a part of Sir Alcaster's plans? Ah, the knight. To avoid confusing you, let's just say the situation surrounding him is a bit too complicated to adequately explain. I command you to answer my question, Sir Maithros. Was Fritz a part of this? If it makes you feel any better, he refused to be a part of this. He refused? Does that mean that he was not? a part of the plans, or just that he was unwillingly forced to participate in them? I am certain that Sir Alcaster would not be happy that his own son was disobeying him. He either forced him to help or assigned him outside the palace. But if Fritz knew of Sir Alcaster's plans, why did he not warn anyone about them? Was he working with Sir Maithros as well? More questions swirl in my head, but none of them have answers. When this is over, I will personally ask Fritz about this, once I can locate him. I shake the thoughts away and bring my attention back to Sir Maithros. Why bother with this reveal? What do you hope to gain from it? Before we start our conversation, Sir Maithros waves his hand, conjuring a faint green glow that envelops the whole room. Just in case someone decides to eavesdrop, I wouldn't want any of your witch friends listening in on us. Yes, I am aware that one of them has been snooping around the palace these past few months. The snooping has made it even more difficult to move around without exposing myself. Sir Maithros clicks his tongue in annoyance. Such a nuisance. He's referring to Delora. She and Parfait warned me before that there was a witch in the palace. Is Sir Maithros truly that witch? I never truly trusted him, not even when I was a princess. Now that he has revealed himself as a witch, I need to know what he plans on doing. You knew that I was a princess this entire time, yet you never offered me any assistance. If I had, Alcaster would have targeted you as well. What? Alcaster wanted to dispose of the royal family. If he had known you were the princess, he would have been after you too. It would have been easier that with no one remembering you as the princess. But unfortunately, Fritz told his father about you, thinking that Alcaster might be able to help and protect you. And it didn't help that Varg confirmed it. Your mother wouldn't have been happy with me if I put you in harm's way. Which is why I had to pretend not to know you, in order to protect you. Sir Maithros is silent for a few moments before he speaks again. Revealing myself to be a witch was necessary. I had to make myself appear useful to Alcaster somehow after all. Then, of course, I learned of his foolish plans to steal the crown and decided to thwart them. Though not before I stole something from Alcaster first. I played him like the fool he was. I told him that I would aid him with my magic so long as he gave me the knight's protection. Using magic is almost impossible in this place, so having the knights back me up was crucial. The knights? What does he need the knight's protection for? What are his plans? Sir Maithros starts pacing the room, his expression still calm. I found out that he planned to dispose of me after he obtained what he needed, so I have disposed of him first. Alcaster might have been able to convince most of the kingdoms to aid him by promising him promotions, but most of the knights to aid him. But well, my magic is far more convincing. Sir Maithros stops in front of me, his deadpan expression transforming into a smile. For now, let us desist speaking of my plans. The minute Sir Alcaster's plans were thwarted, I knew I had to contact you directly. I am happy to see you in the palace, Your Highness. Although, we really need to get you out of these clothes soon. A maid's clothing does not befit a princess like yourself. That does not matter. My priority right now is to break my curse. Of course, you must have truly been frightened to feel the need to curse you. Yeah, this guy, he has his own motives. He is not a good guy, for sure. I trust Delora, okay? Because if Delora really wanted to hurt us, she would have done it. She had a whole year before this. She had a full year. Of course, they must have been truly frightened to feel the need to curse you. I feel an uncomfortable tug in my heart. To think that the Lucis bearer would actually allow a witch to curse you. Sir Maithros shakes his head, disgust written on his features. When you suddenly appeared that day, it was as if all traces of your existence had vanished. I searched for you endlessly, princess. When you first appeared here in the palace, I did not recognize you immediately, but I felt a touch of magic in you and investigated. My curiosity is what prompted me to investigate you further. When I tried hard enough, I found that I could see through the glamour that had been cast in you. So Sir Maithros truly was the witch Parfait was referring to when she mentioned someone seeing through the glamour. I imagined my surprise when I found out that it was actually you. That fairy bear has been nothing but a nuisance to us witches. First she betrayed your mother, and then she betrayed you before she had even met you. But mother, she was a tenebrarum Kubera corrupted by darkness. Buffet only did what she had to. So Maithros looks at me, clearly surprised. What lies have those people been whispering in your ear? Everything the queen did, she did for us witches, to protect us from the wicked humans who destroyed our kind. It is clear to me where Sir Maithros' alliances lie. Sir Maithros sighs, runs a hand through his hair, and then continues speaking. On your 18th birthday, you will follow his footsteps. You will make this kingdom a place for all witches to prosper. I am nothing like her. I refuse to make people suffer to fuel the crystal. I never bore witness to the suffering of the people. I never bore witness to the suffering the people had to go through during my mother's reign, but the stories are enough to reveal her true nature to me. It was hard to believe at first, but those people do not have any reason to lie like a true servant like myself. They have nothing to gain from it. I finally understand why the hatred people had for me ran so deep, even though I did nothing to them. It was because I was the witch's daughter. Your mother wouldn't be happy to hear you say that. Let me assure you, this is not a destiny you can run from, dear princess. I will not let destiny take control of my life. I feign tiredness by releasing a long yawn. Did I just say yawn long? I was about to say yawn long. Yikes. I am sorry for cutting you short, Sir Maithros, but please excuse me, I am getting tired. I'm about to walk past Sir Maithros when he starts speaking again, his voice a low whisper. I noticed that you have gotten closer to the family you so despised before, the prince included. Ew, he's smirking. I narrow my eyes at him. I need water. I'm getting hiccups. Okay. I think I'll go grab some snacks and I'll be back in 5 minutes. See ya. I'm back. How long was my alarm ringing for? Okay, it's been ringing for I think a minute. It was ringing when I came back. So I got some snacks, some samosa and some bread. Anyways, where was I? I noticed that you have gotten closer to the family you so despised before, the prince included. And I roll my eyes at him. You care about him, don't you? I must confess that this surprises me, princess. Such a relationship would certainly be a scandal. Even if you two aren't blood related, he is still your stepbrother. Whatever will your dear father say about this? I clench my fists. He has no right to lecture me. I already know that these feelings are wrong. I know that I cannot have them. I assure you that there is nothing between the both of us. Is that so? Are those lies you utter to yourself? Utter just to convince yourself? This man is beginning to try my patience. Allow me to share a little secret with you, princess. I'm not interested. I head for the door and reach for the knob. Oh, but I think it is something you would be most curious about. I do, after all, know the consequences of the prince failing to break his course. I also happen to know that someone special to him is getting married tomorrow. My hand freezes. How do you know about all of this? I know all of the happenings around this place. That is my job, princess. Now tell me, do you know the ending of the fairy tale? The Little Mermaid? My blood runs cold when I remember what Emmeline told me about that fairy tale. If the prince fell in love and married someone else, the little mermaid's heart would break and she would dissolve into sea foam. I conducted my own investigation and actually met the witch who bestowed the curse on the prince. In meeting her, I found out everything that there is to know about it. I turned to regard Mythros with a frown. And it seems I have actually gotten your attention. It seems that I have finally gotten your attention. What do you plan on doing to Rod? Okay, I think I'll end the stream in 30 minutes. So Mythros shrugs. To him, nothing really. I was merely curious. I wanted to know what you saw in him. What do you know about his curse? It stays true to the fairy tale, only in this case, the prince gives up his voice for a title. Still, it will end the same way. The girl will fall with someone else despite his sacrifice. You mean, on his beloved's wedding day, the prince will die. I thought you might have reached the same conclusion. Tragic, don't you think? I had the same thought, but is Rod truly going to die? So the reason Rod gave up breaking his curse was because he knew that Viorica would never love him back. He knew that he was going to die the moment Viorica married. Dread began to wash over me. Why not ask him yourself? As if orchestrated by magic, the double doors expand and Rod steps in. When he sees me, his expression relaxes. I've been looking all over for you. I wanted to speak to you about my discussion with Lady Parfait. I turn around to face Sir Mythros once again, but to my surprise, he's already gone. When did Sir Mythros leave? Lucette, is something wrong? Was Sir Mythros really speaking the truth? Oh, my bad. I want to override the save. I will ask him. Is it true that you will die when Viorica marries Desmond? I see you're still stuck on the same theory. Have you been snooping around again? Please answer my question, Rod. And if I am? Why do you not want anyone to help you fix this? I do not need to tell you everything, Lucette. My voice is now soft, his expression tired. I've been aware of another way to break my curse from the beginning, but I would rather die than do what it is I need to do. Do what? Have you not read? Rod's voice trails off when he sees my confounded expression. He clears his throat. Forget it. There's nothing more you can do. The reason I never told anyone the truth for my curse is because I never wanted anyone to blame themselves for not being able to help me. I was already a lost cause the moment Viorica fell in love with someone else. I could never take the happiness away from her. Rod became silent. His gaze downcast. The vulnerable expression catches me by surprise. You should have told me about your curse a long time ago. How many times must I repeat myself? Telling you about my curse doesn't change the outcome. I could have tried to help you. Why are you so insistent on helping me? Because I care about you. My face warms up and the words escape from my lips. Rod also flushes. What are you saying? That I'm worried about you on Emmeline's behalf, of course. I do not want her to think I let you die. Rod lets out a deep sigh. Just stop talking. You are in no position to tell me what to do. Lucette, there's a hint of warning in his voice. Now you better let me help you or... Oh my god. Wait, I need a screenshot. What? My words are cut off when Rod presses his lips to mine. It is only a brief kiss, but when he pulls away, his usual somberness has returned. I told you to stop talking. I can only stare back at him, baffled. Rod, you do realize that he just kissed the princess? Rod looks at Sebi, then at me. His face colors once more. He takes a step back, his lips pressed together. I'm sorry. Without any other warning, Rod turns abruptly and stalks out of the room. Sebi falls into his shoulder and falls into the ground, but Rod does not notice in his hurry to leave. I stare after him in shock. I can't believe he just ran away. I walk to where Sebi is and kneel down to pick him up. Are you alright? I'm fine, thank you, princess. Sebi tilts his head to the side. That Rod. I wonder when he'll start acting like a man. Suddenly kissing a girl like that is so unromantic. I think about the warmth of Rod's lips pressed against mine and flush again, girl. That I mean oh, why am I playing this route? Why is this? Man, okay, you know what? It's okay. Rod may not say much, but he has a lot going on in his head. Thoughts he does not ever want anyone to know. I do not want to speak on his behalf, but I know he really does care about you, princess. He's just a little standoffish, and it's a really difficult time showing his emotions. He's sensitive like that. Take it from me, I'm always in his head. I care about him too, but what will become of my feelings once I break my curse? I will return to being his stepsister when this is all over. No, this is not the time to mull over such thoughts. I'm sorry for asking this of you, princess, but can you return me to Rod? That boy is useless without me. The exasperation in Sebi's voice makes me smile. Sebi acts like Rod's older sibling. Of course. When Rod does not open the door, I knock again. Rod's eyes widen as soon as he sees me. His face flushes a dark crimson. I'm here to return Sebi. I'm just gonna eat. I'm gonna have another bite. One sec. God, this is so good. Rod now nods before slowly taking Sebi from my hands. Thank you. Be careful not to drop me again next time. There's a hint of a smile on Rod's face as he taps Sebi's face. Sorry. He looks so much more at ease when he smiles. Rod faces me again with an apologetic expression. He said, I'm really sorry for what I did earlier. I'll start with this. I know you did not intend to do that in the first place. The truth is, I actually He trails off, then averts his eyes slowly to the floor. Suffice it to say, I'm not really supposed to feel this way about you. What exactly are you feeling? Oh shoot! Rod flushes deep red before turning away. Don't ask me such an embarrassing question. The hovering silence becomes more pronounced as we both stop talking. You said you wanted to talk to me about something you have discussed with Lady Parfait? Yes. I meant to tell you that Delora will be here tomorrow to investigate. Now that we know Sir Alcaster is not the witch, we have to start our investigations over. Actually, about that, I know who the witch is. You do? With Sir Maithros, he is the real witch. Sir Maithros? So when Sir Alcaster was throwing around accusations last night, they were true. Sir Maithros was already aware that Delora had been investigating the Clalis. We need to warn her. Then I will send Lady Parfait a quick message. We need to help keep her up a guard around him too, especially you. I'm sure he already knows that you're the Crown Princess. I nod in response. For now, we should wait for Lady Delora to show up tomorrow. But it's getting late. You should go and get some rest. The moment he says the words, I realize he is correct. My eyelids are heavy. You're right. I think I shall take my leave. Good night, Lucette. Good night, Rod. Moments after Rod closes the door, I hear a familiar voice whispering in my ear. Ah, I see. I jump back in surprise and stare at him with my wide eyes. Sir Maithros is leaning casually against one of the pedestals. So this is where the prince disappears to every now and then. I had no reason to care before, but now I see it. If my guess is correct, he is also in the league with the Lucis bearer. When I do not answer him, Sir Maithros smiles and shrugs. Well, it does not matter. I glance around and notice the green shield from earlier. Once again, no one will hear this conversation. Now the prince has confirmed your doubts. What will your next course of action be? Do you want to help him break his curse? Yes? Rod may have given up on breaking his curse, but I refuse to do nothing. From the way Sir Maithros is taunting me, he must know some other way to break the curse. Rod will not be happy about this, but I will need to use whatever means necessary to save him. Do you know how to break his curse, Sir Maithros? I assume you have not read the full fairy tale if you do not know yet, Princess. Yes, I know. Tell me. Maithros cocks an eyebrow and waves a finger at me. Do you not realize by now how witches work, Princess? I propose a deal. I will help you, but you must help me with something in return. Help you? Are you planning on betraying the king? I have no plans on taking the crown or harming any members of the royal family. What is it that you would want from me? I prefer keeping you in suspense. I do enjoy... Brother, this is not how you work on a deal. You will find out the day after tomorrow. That is your 18th birthday. I look at him perplexed. Why does it have to be on my birthday? Don't worry, Your Highness. What I request from you will also make for a pleasant gift. Hold on, I'll just be back in say 5-10 minutes. I actually have something to do that I completely forgot to do while I was going to go grab my snacks. And if I miss it now, I probably will not, I'll probably get into trouble and I don't want that. I'll be back in a while. I hope you don't wait too long. So I'll be quick. I'll be as quick as I can. Thank you. Okay, I am back. Don't worry, Your Highness. What I request from you will also make for a pleasant gift. Should I take another bite? I left my snacks up here. Yummy. What do you say? I bite my lower lip as I consider. I'm worried about Sir Maitros' request, but I no longer have time. Viorica's marriage is tomorrow, and Sir Maitros has the upper hand. I understand. Good, now remember what you said. Witches are bound to their oaths. In order for the prince to regain his voice and life, something must be taken by force, just like in the fairy tale. What does he mean by that? Tell me what I must do. Oh, I did forget to mention this, but it is not you who must act, but the prince. What if Rod could help himself, he would have already done so. Please trust me, princess. You will have my aid, and I will make sure the prince's curse is broken. Okay, I'll continue eating a little bit. One more bite. Oh. Today is Viorica's wedding day, and also the day Dodd is destined to die. Sir Maitros explained his plan briefly last night. He told me that he would have a valuable item delivered to Rod that he would use to break his curse. He further explained that it was something he would need to use after the wedding. I tried to question him further, but he disappeared before I could, saying that he needed to start his preparations. I do not completely trust him, but I am running out of time and have no choice right now. The royal family has left the palace to attend Viorica's wedding. It is unusual for the king to attend another noble's wedding, but Viorica is an exception given that she is one of Rod's and Emmeline's best friends. Despite Sir Maitros' assurance, I am still restless. Sir Maitros told me that everything would be alright, that Rod would not instantly die the moment Viorica got married. But why must his involvement be reserved for a time after the wedding? Why does he not act now? Someone looks like they're in a bad mood. Delora suddenly stands before me, smirking. Her appearance shocks me so badly I nearly drop the dishes in my hands. What impeccable timing. We have heard from Prince about Maitros. No wonder I was iffy about that man. I should have realized he was a witch. Do you know him? Yes, I do. Delora walks closer and places both her hands on my shoulders. Listen to me, princess. I am warning you. Stay away from Maitros. Do you understand? That man is a sly devil. He cannot be trusted. I take a deep breath to still my rapidly beating heart. I hope I will not regret asking for his help. Princess, I need you to promise me that you will stay away from Maitros. Yes, of course. Good. For the time being, I will resume my investigation. If I am lucky, I will find out what Mithras hopes to accomplish. Actually, he's not in the palace right now. He went to the royal family to attend a wedding. A wedding, huh? How unusual. I can only assume he must be at the wedding to help Rod. Well then, better make use of his absence while I can. I'll see you later, princess. I'm gonna take another bite. It's so good. I don't know why it's so good today. I love samosas, but it's especially good today. Okay. Num num num. Ah. When I am left to my own thoughts, my mind returns to the issue of Rod's cause. So Mithras mentioned the familiarity with the fairy tale, which means I might have a chance of finding out more. I decide to go to the library when I have time to pick up a book. I am now on my way back to the headquarters with the book in my hand when I see Rod walking towards me from the other side. His eyes are fixed on the floor. He does not notice me as I approach. Rod? He's still alive. Does that mean Sir Mithras has succeeded? Oh, it's just you. Rod's voice comes from Sebi. The realization instills a deep fear inside of me. He's still cursed. How much time does he have left? Much to my surprise, Rod actually slides at me. The smile is forced, however. It does not reach his eyes. Oh no. Are you alright? I'm fine. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. But I'm tired, Lucette, so for tonight I just want to rest. Good night. Without waiting for my answer, Rod begins to walk away. A strange heaviness hangs into my chest. Why does it feel like this is the last time I will see him? I glance at the book in my hands, then slowly open the last page of the Little Mermaid fairy tale. I start reading it from the section where the mermaid sisters explain how to get her fins back. Take this knife. Before the sun rises, you must plunge it into the heart of the prince, and you will be a mermaid once again. Oh my god. The book falls from my hands and collapses to the floor. I stare at it, dumbfounded. Wait, this means Rod needs to kill Viorica? Then the item that Sir Mithras mentioned earlier, could it be the knife? I need to find him. I turn and start running in the direction of Rod's room in hopes that I will still be able to catch Sir Mithras there. When I come to the end of the hallway, however, it is not Sir Mithras who stands by Rod's door. Emmeline? Emmeline is slowly walking in the direction of the throne room. Her movements seem oddly mechanical. I rush towards her. Princess Emmeline? What are you doing? Must go to Rod. Why is she going to the throne room? Rod is back in his room. Her eyes catch on something shining on Emmeline's hand. Oh no. My heart nearly stops when I see that it is a knife. Emmeline, what are you? If he kills his beloved with his blade, his curse will break and he won't die. It is as if she is in a trance. Is this Sir Mithras doing? Is she under one of his spells? Emmeline, snap out of it. Emmeline starts walking again, ignoring me when I suddenly try to approach her again, thinking of a way to steal away the knife. A shadow suddenly comes to stand between us. Wag looms in front of me, smirking. I'm gonna have one more bite. Oh. Where did you come from? Let me through, Wag. No can do, princess. Don't you want to save the prince? I'm gonna take a very small bite so I can keep talking. I look at Emmeline, who has not yet turned to glance at us. I glare at Wag, who is still standing in my way, grinning. Step aside, Wag. Ah, Feisty, you are more interesting princess than your stepsister, bro. You know what? I want to finish the samosa. But I also want to finish the story. I try to sidestep, but Wag follows my motions. I try again and again, but he just thwarts my progress. He holds his hands up in the air, eyebrows raised. Tell me, what would you do if I did let you go? Would you stop him from killing the girl? Rod would never kill her. He would never do anything to harm the person he loves. He refused to do it, and he has no reason to do it now. Varg is silent for a few moments as he considers. Interesting. He steps aside and bows. Go ahead then. You are letting me go? I would like to see this play end as it may, without any strings attached. Oh no. Yikes. When I push open the door, I find Rod kneeling down. Emmeline lies on the floor in front of him, unconscious. Emmeline! She's fine, she's just asleep. Something glints in Rod's hand. Even from a distance, I know it's the same knife Emmeline was holding earlier. On the corner of my eye, I see something slouched against one of the pillow. Viorica? I rush to her side, then sign of reveal, I see the gentle rise and fall of her chest. She's still alive. How did she get here? It was Sir Maestro's plan. I remember walking back to my room after talking to you. I blacked out, and when I came to, I was already here with Viorica. I already checked on her. She seems to be under some kind of sleeping spell. M came in just a few moments ago, passing and simply collapsed after begging me to kill Viorica. I think M is under a spell as well. Viorica glances down at the knife, expression glassy. M almost convinced me. She pleaded that I not leave any of them behind. It's as if I want to die and leave my family, but he stares at the knife for a few moments, then curses as he slams his fist on the ground. I can't kill her. Why would Sir Maithros want me to do this? Oh, hold on 1 second. Very slowly. Guilt floods my chest, making it difficult to breathe. I was the one who asked Sir Maithros to help Rod. He said he knew how to break his curse, but I had not realized that in order to break his curse, he needed to kill the person he loved. I relied entirely on the story Emmeline told me, and that was my biggest mistake. I should have read the full fairy tale. I could never kill her. Such a shame. Sir Maithros emerges from the shadows, looking at us with disappointment. To break his curse, Prince Rod must kill his beloved with the knife his sister has brought him, just like in the fairy tale. Maithros turns to Rod. And here I thought that your sister might be able to change your mind. You were, after all, supposed to do this of your own accord. I was wrong. I shouldn't have underestimated your stubbornness. Casting a spell on you would have solved this problem entirely. Why are you doing this? Well, Sir Maithros shifts his gaze to me. Rod follows his gaze to me and raises his eyebrows. There is no use lying to him now. I asked Sir Maithros to help me break your curse. You what? I didn't know that you were meant to kill Viorica. Rod shakes his head, his face marred with disappointment. Anyone who tried to help me would inevitably make things harder for me, Lucette. I wanted to help you, Rod. I already made up my mind. Do you really want to help me? Then, if you really want to help me, then please respect my decision. Please. Shame. And here I thought I would be witnessing a dramatic finale tonight. Sir Maithros starts to walk away. I'm about to chase after him, but then I realize there's nothing else he can do. Rod has made his decision. I feel my heart plummet as I slowly nod at him. So, there's really no other way? I could never break my curse like this. Viorica was my first love, and my good friend. And besides that, my love for her faded a long time ago. She's been replaced. You've been my brother. You've been my beloved for quite some time already, Lucette. And it doesn't matter, does it? I will die soon, Rod. I feel a heavy weight on my chest, as if some force is crushing my heart. I am sorry. I promised myself I would save your life, but I failed. I blink back the tears that are brimming in my eyes. Rod stands, but then moves over to stand before me. He places my hand on my cheek. You've done nothing wrong, Lucette, so please don't blame yourself. What did I expect to happen? Even if Rod had killed Viorica today, he would have carried the burden with the rest of his life. All because I asked a witch to make him do something he did not want to do in the first place. Rod reaches for Sebi and places him in my hands. Once the clock strikes 12, I'm going to disappear. It's a shame that I'll be disappearing on your birthday. It would have been nice to celebrate this one with you. Promise you'll take care of my family for me? Wait, I wanna take a picture. Okay, I got it. Promise that you'll take care of my family for me? There must be another way. You cannot go just yet. I'm sorry, Lucette. I cannot even bring myself to consider what is happening. Panic engulfs my senses as I stare at Rod, who's becoming translucent. Rod, you are. If only I could be with you and everyone else just for a bit longer. Despite the fact that his words waver, then Rod looks at me, his smile is bright and warm. My vision blurs as tears gather in my eyes. I like you, Lucette. If we had had more time together, I think I would have grown to truly love you. In the next instant, the body was dissolved into soft orbs of light. The light gathers in the air, then begins to fade. I'm so sorry. The end! Bad end. Well, damn. I want the good end. No. Let me continue from let's start from here. Okay. How was the wedding? Rod just saw the person he loves getting married today. Already know how he feels. I apologize. I should not have lost that. Rod looks at me surprised, and to my shock he starts chuckling. Why are you laughing? You look like a criminal caught in the act of a crime. I apologize for trying to be sensitive, Your Highness. Without realizing it, I smiled back at him. It looks like Rod finally learned to converse with me normally. I hope this will not be the last time I see him smile like this. I'm tired, Lucette. I will now retire for the night. Rod looks at me again and smiles. Oh, wait, this was the right decision? Good night, Lucette. Without waiting for my answer, Rod begins to walk away. Strange heaviness hangs on my chest. The last time I'll see him. Oh no, yeah. Okay, fast forwarded. Next choice. The end. Bad end. Dang it. Where did I do something wrong? Okay. You know something? I have a feeling. The one place where I didn't get the thing was where I had to tell them of our relationship. No answer, Be in denial all you want. At the end of the day, you're still gonna have to decide who and what you will choose. Who or what to choose? Silence. Oh, this is the correct one. You are harassing one of our staff members. Of course, I apologize for my rude behavior, Your Highness. You seem to know a lot about us. Are you a... I lower my voice. Are you a witch? You're asking the wrong person, Princess. Okay, I think the dialogue here will be more or less the same, so I'll fast forward. I will confront him. Is this how you really want things to end? What are you talking about? Have you ever thought about what your family will feel like after they find out that you lied about your curse? You're gonna die when Viorica gets married tomorrow, am I right? This is why you told me that there is nothing I could do to help you break your curse? Because there is nothing you can do to help me. Viorica will never return my love. I already accepted my fate a long time ago. Lady Parfait was the only one who insisted I find another way to break my curse. Because she refuses to give up on you, and I will not give up on you either. Oh. I've been aware of another way to break my curse from the beginning, but I would rather die to do what it is that I need to do. Do what? Have you not read? Forget it. Okay, let me just fast forward. I have to say I apologize for as well. It was my fault for talking too much. I refuse. You really are stubborn. That makes both of us. The hovering silence becomes more pronounced as we both stop talking. You said you wanted to talk to me about something you discussed with Lady Parfait. Yes. I meant to tell you that Delora will be here tomorrow. Okay, I will skip to next choice. Man. Is this the bad end? It's gonna say bad end. Where did I go wrong? Let's go back. It's not this one. If I do this and then pick the very last one, the end. Let's go fast forward, yeah. Confront him. Fast forward, yes. I apologize as well. Fast forward. Are you alright? I'm fine. Okay. It's gonna say bad ending again, I know it. So it's not in this page. None of these do anything. But they did make things better, I think. I'll do this. I have one rod. I apologize as well. This is a nice choice. It is. I'm just gonna go bad ending again. Yeah, this is the bad end. Let's start with this one. Oh, I think it's this one. I'll just be on a break. I'll just finish eating this bread and then go to the washroom, and I'll be back in 5 minutes. I think I know where I went wrong. Hopefully I get the good ending this time. Something aches deep in my chest at Rod's coldness. Please. Rod startles so strongly that he almost drops the placard he is holding. Please tell me. We have been partners for months now. But I barely... Yes, I know that it's an unusual partnership for most of our helping each other has been subtle, but I am only one good away from breaking my curse. I'm only one good deed away from breaking my curse, while you seem to be no closer from breaking your curse than when we started. I will do whatever I can to help you with your curse, Rod. So please let me help you. Silence falls. Moments later, Rod sighs and looks away from me. Some unspeakably sad emotion shines through his eyes. Even if I wanted your help, Lucette, there's nothing you can do. Dread settles in the pit of his stomach at Rod's words. On my stomach, my bad. Could I be right? Will Rod actually die if he does not manage to break his curse? Emmeline told me the story of the Little Mermaid. She said that the mermaid dies if the prince marries someone else. Just a minute, will you? I'll fast forward from here. Rod, there must be something in my voice that makes Rod stop, because then he suddenly turns to look at me. Please stop running away from this. Why would you? What would knowing the answer achieve? Lucette. Though Rod's words are harsh, his tone is soft. There's nothing anyone can do. Leave it alone, Lucette. It's for the best. I cannot help but be mad. Okay, fast forward again. Who'd I want? I'll want Rod. So no matter what I do, I will still be getting those purple things. Because no matter what I do, it will still be considered favorable to him. But it's still a bad end. He's turned into foam. Continue. What if I do it here? I will not tell you. It is nothing. If you refuse to tell me what happened, I'll have to assume that the noble women were telling the truth about you. Lucette has done nothing wrong. In fact, I think Lucette only did what you or Emmeline would have done if you heard the awful things these women were saying about your mother. What? She stood up for the queen and she didn't have to. Then why didn't you just say so? Would you have believed me? Rod drops his gaze from mine. You never gave me a chance to believe you, did you? He would have believed me? Wait, what? You never gave me a chance to believe you, did you? He would have believed me? How am I to know that? Rod is like walking contradiction. Rod glances up again, this time to look at Viorica. You shouldn't keep you from returning home, Viorica. Oh no. Did you really think I would refuse to believe you if you told me the truth? You never liked me. You have no reason to believe me. Rod sighs, running a hand through his hair. I told you that I would help you to break your curse, right? That offer alone should have been enough to know that I... Rod turns away, suddenly looking embarrassed. That I don't dislike you anymore. You're expecting me to just assume that? How would I know unless you made that absolutely clear? Well, I'm making it clear now. I understand. Anyways, thank you for standing up for my mother. It seems like you don't require my assistance in breaking through your curse after all. He just saw my necklace. Congratulations on your second good deed, Lucette. Suddenly tongue-tied, I find myself looking everywhere but at Rod. Then I have once gathered my senses at... Okay, do I fast forward from here? Do I dismiss the gossip? How did she know about that? Ophelia takes it as she has. You don't need to hide anything from you. So, did you think I would be mad if the rumors were true? Well, let's. Wait. No. No, how do I do this? You know what? I'm gonna tell him off. Man, Lucette is going through all the stages of grief just to bring him back. Well, man, I know. How do I get the good ending? What if it's at the very beginning? What if I start from here? Nothing useful to lower the size. Man, I'm still struggling to find out. How do I skip? Okay, there you go. I'll skip from here. Yeah. Forwarding. I'm not. Man, I don't even know what to do. Wait a second, what? Yes, you're always so grumpy. I don't think I would have ever seen a genuine smile on your face before. I can say the same for you. Birds of a feather flock together then. Rod stares at me dumbfounded. I cannot help but smile a little at his expression. Do you really dislike the fact that we are so similar? Rod is still staring at me wide-eyed. You just smiled. I did not. Okay. Hearty beating of my heart. Okay, after this. I think it's better to tell him. I'm sure I'm a better dancer than you. Didn't even answer the question. And are you underestimating me, nothing? That's why I've forgotten, but you still remember, are you not? Oh yeah. So how to make the best dancer. Pretty confident in my own skills. You say what you want. Rod self-support. Okay. Fine, then you will have your proof. I will make you swallow those words with this dance. We shall see. Okay. Fast forward. Tell him what? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tiger by the toe. If it bites, let it go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tiger by the toe. If it bites, let it go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Okay. Skip. Man. Explain situation. Skip to next choice. I think I'm getting the bad behavior again. Sorry, the bad ending again. Where did behavior come from? Plead with him. First options for everything. I will want Emily this time. Dot dot dot. Man, if I... Okay, I am still definitely getting the bad ending on this one. I should say apologies as well for this one, because I think that's what I agree with. Are you alright? Oh shit. Not again. Ah, you know what? I'm googling it. How do I get the good ending? Google. How do I get Rod's good and oh no, not 1 second. I have. Okay. How do I get Rod's good ending? Okay. Interested. Not interested. Bruh. Oh, okay. So what I should be doing, I should be calling him out every single time. So I'm going to start a new game. No. Skip. Ow. Oh. Okay, I should put spacebar here, right? Is this what I do? Oh wait. Oh, I should put enter then. I mean, that's her name. Log the princess. Do I get to skip? Fast forward. Okay, so I want to be as mean to him as I can. Okay, didn't I put fast forward? Oh, it's still fast forwarding. Go left, go right, whatever. Okay, this is waltz. Ow. Okay. Hurts. Princess. I tried to. I can't. Handle your coins in either if you get out. Touch her. Says the little boy. Well. Why is this ghastly sight before? Two adults threatening a child and a lady. How very ungentlemanly. What are the likes of you even doing in this neighborhood? You're asking to get fleeced? Asking? Perhaps I am in the mood for a scuffle. Okay. Oh. Yeah. Son, show me what you got, swords. And please don't bore me. Who are these people? I ain't dealing with this woman. He's got a sword. Okay, okay. This is too much trouble for a little gold. You're too late. Sorry, kid. I know how hard it is to be. Do you know how hard it is for me to be invisible around here? Wait, what did he just call me? At ease, small one. These two know each other? Okay, fast forward. Princess, calm down. Puffy will be able to help her. Yeah. No. Green. That's this guy. Okay. Everything is fading. Okay. Dream. Okay, now I skip. I have no questions. Skip. What is this? Okay, fast forward. The only reason I didn't say anything, well, Emily didn't want me to. I'm happy now, so I don't like anymore. Okay, skip this. Throw the trash at him. Tray at him. Tempted to let you. Oh, my beating heart. Oh god. Is this guy? Bro. Oh, he's awake. He empty his internal chambers. Skip. Please. I'll go with Rod. Because, I mean, that's the route I was playing. Skip. I'm gonna be really mean to him. Rod, again. Skip. I'm gonna be absolutely mean to him. I literally said Rod. Should I just not choose him for the previous two options then? Skip. Avoid the question. If you're here to break your curse, then you're not the only person I can ask for help. I turn away with him to follow Emmeline, but Rob grabs my arm. I saw you at him. What now? Where are you going? I wrench out of Rod's grip. Where do you think? I turn and walk away. Rod does not attempt to stop me. Last place, throne room. Okay. So I will go outside. If I was this again, then if you're not serious about genuinely learning how to be good, then not here. And who's Viorica to you? Has she done anything to hurt your family too? Viorica's a childhood friend. She's not like you at all. Oh, then why is it that you were acting so cold to her? You obviously did not want to be inside the shop. Rod looks away from me and absently kicks a pebble on the ground. Oh! Okay. This is none of your business. I side disappointed. Rod takes me and Emily is the shop. Ready to go? Okay, fast forward. I'll go with this. Why do you want me out of the palace? You are away from my family, the better. Okay, we're still at this point. I will tell him off. I will refuse because I will give her the correct answers. Okay. What should I say for this? I just say I am fine. Okay, skip. I'll go stay with him. You're not doing a very good job. Skip. See besides. I will not compliment him. No, wait, I should compliment him. Thank you. Yes. to not tell him? I'm not sure that I'm right, but I do not want to accuse anyone without proof. If you want this partnership, you should learn to trust me. Do you even trust me? I don't need to like someone in order to trust them. So, are you gonna tell me or not? All I can say for now is he knows who I am. Then, finally nodding. Whatever you say. Anyways, I must leave now. I have a dance to practice for. I'm pretty sure I'm a better dancer than you. Okay, skip. I'm not getting this. I will not tell him. I think we're supposed to hurt his pride right now. I don't know. I will explain the situation to her though. I don't think she deserves that. I will tell him off. I will get angry at him. I will want Emilian. He's a friend. Yes. Man, I don't know what to say. I will confront him. I can't be making fun of him for the wedding, bro. This is a bad ending. I know. The end. Bad end. Continually said only something. Rod, good ending. Ending guide. Oh wow, there's a walkthrough on YouTube. I'm watching a walkthrough on YouTube for. Oh wait, okay. There's a wiki. Let's go. A wiki. So the correct routes are highlighted. Nothing else doesn't matter. Okay, I'll be following the thing written over here. So I will put start. No, I do not need to refresh my thing. I'll go skip. I'll put enter. Then this is prologue. What is the truth? This is how you truly feel. That doesn't matter. So I should answer him and then go outside. Okay. Where's my game? Skip. Okay. Oh shoot. No, my thing came off. Okay. So this one doesn't matter. I'll just go left for now. Fast forward, yes. This one, it doesn't matter. Oh wait, I should go dot dot dot. Okay, I think I should go for dot 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 on this one. The dot. Fast forward. This one doesn't matter, I think. Stay silent, something, skip. No, please go away. Who should I ask for help? Let's go there first. I go with Rod. I'll just annoy him till I pick his route, I guess. Yoink. Rod again. Pick his route. Go. Next. Rod. I think this is Rod. chapter 3, a change of pace. Then we got the slippers. Ask Rod if he'll pair up with me. Fast forward, skip to the next choice. Dot dot dot. Should I answer him? I should answer him. Okay. So him. Skip. Should I go outside or stay with Emmeline? I will go outside. Okay. So from me. Da, 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 da. Okay, I can fast forward from here. This one. Do you want me out of the palace? Skip. Should I tell him off? I should stay silent. Yikes. What? Sorry, tried to carry something that was too heavy for you. I will not take the most for No, you shouldn't be angry with her for trying to help me. It was my fault for giving her something so heavy. Yorika, what are you doing here? Okay, I'll skip this. Surely a lowly maid should not be doing this. So I should refuse. Okay, skip to the next choice. And then after that I should give her the correct answers because I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Fast forward, skip. And the next one I should say I am fine, I guess. So I should stay with him? Okay. What is this? Okay, what should I do for this one? You're not doing a good job. Then I have to compliment him, tell him. Okay, I think I know what to do from here. But I feel like these are I think I should compliment him, right? Compliment him? Okay. Compliment. Then for this one I should tell him. Okay. This one is I think I should taunt him on this one, so I'm sure I'm a better dancer than you. Skip. Okay, over here I will not tell him. I will tell her though. Yeah. Okay, and then after this I will go I should tell him off for his behavior. Yeah, I should tell him off for his behavior. Then skip fast forward. Then I cannot be possibly I have to plead with him? Crazy, okay. Then I have to plead with him, so fast forward. And then I should warn Emmeline, which makes sense because I mean this one. Then I should go with ... Okay, and over here I have to confront him. And then I'll say, you don't have to apologize. I'm about to leave when Rod suddenly grabs my hand. I turn to face him. Lucette, this is the first time I've heard him say my name so warmly. I just want to. I can almost hear my heartbeat ringing in my ears as I stare at him with anticipation, but Rod says nothing else. Rod eventually releases my hand with a shake of his head. It's nothing. I cannot help but feel dejected. Good night, Lucette. Good night, Rod. I see. Okay, we've already been through this, so I will skip. I have not. Okay, in this one, am I supposed to ask him if he's alright? Because I feel like that's what I should be doing as a decent. I should ask him how the wedding was? Why? How was the wedding? Okay, fast forward. Oh! The name of the thing changed. I stop in my tracks when I see Sir Maestro standing just in front of the main door to the throne room. He looks at me expectantly as I approach. I want to go to the log. Can I see that? So my throws. Good evening, Your Highness. Such a lovely night tonight, isn't it? Only half an hour left before you turn 18. Do not forget our deal, Princess. Come midnight, I'll be requesting your aid in exchanging for helping the prince break his curse. I clench my... Helping the prince break his curse? Rod, killing someone is not what I wanted. Sir Maestros puts a finger to his lips. You wouldn't want to attract the attention of the knights, would you? There would sure be a bit of explaining to do then. I glare at him, then I take a deep breath and lower my voice. You did not tell me that breaking Rod's curse meant killing someone. Oh, but I'm only ordering the end of my deal. Perhaps you should have done your research before agreeing. The grin on his lip never wavers, but I can see the amusement on his lip. I relied entirely on the story Emmeline told me, and that was my biggest mistake. I should have read the full fairy tale. But now it seems you finally know the full story of the prince's fairy tale, To break his curse, Prince Rod must have killed his beloved with his knife the sister brought him, just like in the fairy tale. So Maestros continues to smile at me. I realize he's speaking slowly, like one might speak to a child. So condescending. No. Wait. I start to realize that Sir Maestros is purposefully drawing out his conversation to stall me. I need to go. Maestros does not stop me when I slide past him to open the doors to the throne room. The first thing I do when I enter the throne room is Rod. The first thing I see when I enter the throne room is Rod. He's standing in the middle of the area with Emily in his arms. Is she alright? Rod gently places Emily on the throne. He leans down to look more closely at her sleepy face and reaches down to take the object in hand before he faces me. I can see the metallic glimmer in his hand and know he's holding the knife Emily brought with her. Where did she even get this knife? He pauses to stare at it, but then turns immediately, eyes widening at some side in another part of the room. I follow his gaze to the corner when Viorica floats in mid-air. Her eyes are closed and her hands clasped, as if she's still just sleeping. Viorica, but how? Such a pleasant surprise, isn't it? Sir Maestros walks into the room with his hands clasped behind his back. You! Good evening, Your Highness. Is this your doing? Sir Maestros just smiled at him pleasantly. Rod only glares back at him. Guards. Sir Maestros clicks his tongue and chuckles. My apologies, Your Highness, but no one will be able to hear you no matter how loud you shout. Not even your witch friend will hear anything through this magic. He knows Delora is here. I glance around the room and notice that Sir Maestros has created his silent green barrier. This is the same magic he used yesterday. Now let us get back to the matter at hand. You are running out of time, Prince Rod. It would be a shame to see you perish here after the princess went through the trouble of asking me to save her life. Lucette, what is he talking about? The princess didn't want you to die, so she asked me to break your curse. So Maestros spreads his arms, gesturing towards Emmeline and Viorica. And so I have been kind enough to set the stage and gather its actors for what I hope is to be a wonderful finale. But I can't help but wonder how this fairy tale will end. Why did you do this, Lucette? I did not know it meant killing Viorica, I swear. This is why I came here to stop you. I told you so many times there was nothing you could do to help me, and yet you still refused to listen to me. Because I refused to let you die. Can you not see how important you are to me, Lord? Rod? Oh my, what a scandal. Oh, shut up. Lucette, I turned to Sir Maestros and stared daggers at him. I asked you to help, Rod. Why did you have to involve Emily in this? It was a necessary requirement that the princess be the one give him the knife, Your Highness. After all, the mermaid sister is what brought her the knife to kill her beloved. Is that how she knew about all of this? She came here crying and begging me to break my curse because she didn't want me to die. I almost wanted to do it. But I could never kill someone. That's why I will refuse to break my curse, even if I really want to live. Perhaps I miscalculated. Ah well, this can be remedied. Let us raise his hand, finger begin to slowly subtly with magic. What are you? Rod! Faint green glow surrounds Rod as he doubles over. What are you doing to him? What I should have done to begin with. The witch who cursed him said that he must do it on his own accord, but seeing as he refuses, I'm gonna have to bend the rules slightly. Rod stands up abruptly and begins walking towards Viorica. Knife in his hands glistens behind the patches of scattered moonlight in the room. Princess, he's going. I forgot his voice. Princess, he's going to kill Viorica. Bren. I don't remember the voice that I gave Seb. Princess, he's going to kill Viorica. Stop this, so my throat. Where's Delora when you need her? I run towards Rod and wrap my arms around his waist in an attempt to stop him. But whether through magic or his own strength, he continues onwards. I ended up being dragged behind him. Rod, snap out of it. Rod, I must. Lord, oh no. His gaze is so glassy and his words so mechanical that he sounds nothing like himself. No. Might well stop this. I'm ending our deal. My apologies, Your Highness, but not even I can dispel my magic once it has been casted. It'll only fade on its own volition once what needs to be done has transpired. That, or perhaps, in the most unlikely circumstances, the prince will simply shake the spell himself. Though Mythros' words are apologetic, his expression is anything but. In fact, he looks amused by it all. Not so fast. Delora! Queen Delora! A crimson bond of light rushes towards Mythros. He waves his hand to the air and is barely able to conjure a shield to protect himself from Delora's magic. Delora! It wasn't exactly easy to find you, especially the silencing spell. Such a nuisance. That is not important. Help me stop Rod. Frost slowly appears beneath Rod's feet. It spreads up his legs, freezing him in place. I sigh with relief as they collapse onto the floor. My arms are sore with the effort of trying to hold Rod back. Mythros clicks his tongues as he faces Delora. I can't believe you were invited to this play theater. Light gathers around Mythros' hand. Moments later, he releases the energy towards her. Delora, in turn, conjures a barrier, successfully protecting herself from Mythros' magic. I always did fancy myself a party crasher. Still, to think that you were alive this whole time. Myth. His real name, he's one of the Tenebrarum bearer's servants. This person was my mother's servant? Allow me to correct you. I am her only faithful servant. I am nothing like that ungrateful bastard who betrayed her to the fairies. Who is he talking about? Well, whatever it is you're planning, forget about it. There's no way we are letting you get away with it. Oh, we'll do try your best. But first, a reminder. I'm a superior witch here. Energy crackles in the air as sparks begin to form around his hand. This spell is taking longer than his other spells. I notice Delora's worry moments before she's able to cast a shield on herself. This is not good. Mythros releases the bolts of lightning in Delora's direction. The impact causes both the shield and the ground to shudder. Delora! The smoke clears and miraculously Delora stands unharmed. No sooner has a sigh escaped my lips that another frightening sound echoes across the room. There's a loud crack. I realize it's coming from Delora's shield. Everything after that happens in a blur. Delora is still trying to hold the shield up while Mythros casts another spell at it. It shatters and the magic seeps through and hits her directly. Delora! Right now, have you forgotten what the most important lesson in defense magic? Always conjure another shield after being hit by a powerful spell, or... Oh, I do apologize. Perhaps I did not give you enough time to cast another shield. How thoughtless of me. Delora lays on the floor, unmoving. Delora! I'm about to rush on her side, and Mythros moves to stand in front of me with a malicious grin on his face. It will do you no good to be in denial, Princess. How could you? How could you hurt another witch? It is not a crime to destroy a theater. He looks back at Delora with clear disdain. Then he sets his eyes back on me and raises his eyebrows. It is foolish of you to try to stop this. You wanted this, and I will not allow you to renege on our deal. Or renegade. I don't know. But the prince will break his curse, and you will help me. Help you? Yes, I went through great pains to make sure Alcaster kept you safe, just so you could repay me. You said that you made a deal with all of the knight's assistants. And what would I need the knight's assistance for, dear princess? I never needed the knights. I just needed Alcaster to keep you safe. I would have gotten rid of him myself if I wasn't sure the king would eventually find me. So this whole time you were only trying to keep me safe. To use me? Use is such a simple, ugly word. Remember, I just want you to help me. Princess! I turn around and realize that Dolores' spell on Rod has faded, and that he is now only a few feet away from Eureka. Rod! I force myself to run towards him as fast as I can manage. I will not let you kill anyone. I do not know what I must do to stop him, so I do the first thing that comes in mind. I put myself between Rod and Eureka just as he is able to plunge the life into him. Princess! Oh! Shit. Blood. My body is racked with pain the moment the blade sinks onto my shoulder. Ugh. I collapse onto the floor and hold onto my injured shoulder. I can feel the blood seeping between my fingers. You fool, you could have easily been killed. I do not care. I love Rod and I will never let him do something that he would regret for the rest of his life. I cringe. Tears cloud my vision as the pain worsens. Lucette! I feel Rod's arms around me as he cradles me down to his chest. I look up at him to see that his eyes are fixed on my bleeding shoulder. Rod looks at me with anguish. He grabs a handkerchief from his pocket and presses it on my shoulder. I can't believe I did this. I stand in shock as his lips move. It is not Sebi speaking, but him. Your voice. You broke your curse? But how? A bright light envelops us, and for a few moments I had to close my eyes against its brightness. I reach out to grab my necklace, but it is gone. I open my eyes in panic, but the necklace is definitely not there. Lucette, the glass slippers. I glanced down to see a pair of smooth glass slippers at my feet. You broke your curse by breaking mine. I hear the sound of shattering glass and turn to see Maithos staring at a broken vial. What is that? Frost has begun to form at his feet and it's now spreading up to his legs. What is happening? Always have a backup, as I say. Seems like you're the one who forgot the basics of combat. Never turn your back on an opponent unless you're sure that they're dead. I'll just drink some water. Hold on. Your bloated ego does wonders in turning the tide of battle. Delora is now back on her feet and walking towards Maithos. She dusts off her dress as she moves. Delora is unharmed? You, but how? Do you really think I'd forget to conjure another shield? The frost has now made its way up to Maithos' neck. Inconceivable! A lowly witch like you could never cast this powerful a spell. Delora gestures at the glass shards on the floor. That's where Parfait's new special potion comes handy. It makes my magic more powerful. The second most basic lesson is to never underestimate your opponent. Looks like you were the terrible pupil. Maithos opens his mouth to speak, or perhaps to scream, but by the time he opens his mouth, the frost has completely devoured him, leaving him nothing but an icy sculpture. Delora, Lucette has her bleeding stopped? I think so. I cannot make out what they say after that. My world starts spinning and everything starts to blur, so I close my eyes. I feel Delora's hand on my forehead. The warmth relaxes me somewhat. We got you, princess. Hang in there, Lucette. My body becomes heavier by the second as I lean my head against Rod's chest. But then I feel myself falling into never-ending darkness. When I open my eyes, the first thing I see are the soft rays of sunlight seeping through the window. I am in my own room. I attempt to sit up and cringe when I feel a sharp pain in my shoulder. I reach out to touch it, only to realize that it has been neatly bandaged. Despite the injury, my body feels oddly light, stronger than it ever even was before. I remember. I place myself in front of Eureka to stop Rod from hurting her. But where did this energy come from? The door opens and Emmeline walks in. Hold on, there's something going on that I need to fix. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Where did this energy come from? The door opens and Emmeline walks in with a tray of food in her hands. She stops when she realizes that I'm staring at her and nearly drops the tray in her rush back to stand beside me. Lucette, you're finally awake. I was so worried about you. I'm so sorry. This was all my fault. What are you talking about? It was mine, not yours. I remember bringing the knife to Rod, but I can't remember much of what happened before or after that. Then, when I woke up in the throne room, I saw that you were bleeding in Rod's arms, and I thought you were going to. The rest of Emmeline's words break you to pieces as she begins to cry. I'm so sorry for forgetting about you. I made you work too hard while you were my personal maid, and I shake my head with a sigh. It was not your fault I was cursed, Emmeline. But I look at her tear-stained face. She was not at fault, yet here she is crying. She really is a good person. I spread my arms. Lucette? I turn away, suddenly embarrassed. You look like you needed a hug. Emmeline stares at me for a few moments. I'm about to reconsider when I suddenly feel her arms around me. I'm so happy. I hug her back and stroke her hair. I cannot help but smile at the warmth that spreads in my chest. Thank you. Emmeline pulls back, her face full of concern. What'll happen to you and Rod now? I saw how close the two of you got, and I saw how Rod looked at you last night. Wait, last night? So today is my birthday and the day I become the bearer. Is that the reason I feel so strangely energized? Oh, Emmeline walks up to one of my doll shelves and picked up the doll she had placed 3 months ago. Happy birthday! I meant to give this to you earlier, but... Happy birthday! I meant to give this to you earlier as a surprise before you were cursed. Anyways, I know it is not as pretty as the other dolls from your collection, but I hope you like it. It is beautiful, thank you. I take the doll in my arms as a knock sounds on the door. Come in. The door opens and Rod steps inside. His eyes widen when he sees Emmeline. Oh, I was just about to leave. Emmeline slides off my bed and heads for the door, but before she closes it, she turns to us once again. I know how complicated this will be for the both of you, but I want you to know that I will support you. So my lips are sealed. Emmeline winks before finally closing the door behind her. There is an awkward silence in the room before Rod approaches me and sits on the edge of the bed. How are you feeling? It still hurts, but I will be fine. What's wrong? I'm just not used to hearing your voice from your own lips. Oh, but I see that you still have Sebi with you. I've grown too fond of him to completely set him aside. He's helped me through a lot. Bummer, I forgot Sebi's voice. Bummer, I can't read his thoughts anymore. There was never any need for you to do that in the first place. Is that so? Rod shakes his head and sighs silently. So what happened last night? How is that you were able to break your curse? You did not kill Viorica. In the original fairy tale, the little mermaid could retain her humanity only if the prince loved her back. So I thought if it never happens in the fairy tale, it is still... So though it never happens in the fairy tale, it is still an element of a curse. But still, since the prince never fell in love with her, the only way for the mermaid to live was to kill him. I fell in love with you unknowingly. When you told me that you loved me as well last night, that broke my curse. I feel my cheeks turn warm. Rod coughs, his own cheeks flushed. So there you have it. The Little Mermaid has never had a fairy tale ending, but I did. I never had to kill Viorica. But because my curse started with Viorica, I assumed it had to end with her too. Turns out that the person I loved just needed to love me back, and I was mistaken. It never needed to be Viorica. I see. We stare at each other for a few moments, the awkward silence returning. I change the subject as quickly as I can. What happened? What became of Sir Maitros? Delora brought him back to Lady Parfait. She is the one who will properly punish him. And what of Viorica? Delora returned her to her home yesterday. She does not remember anything that happened. Everything is back to how it was back then. You're back to being my stepbrother. I cannot help but feel crestfallen at this truth. Blood binds, but so do sibling bonds. Rod and I can never have what either of us want. I don't want us to forget these feelings. I don't want to forget these feelings I have for you, Lucette. But if I had never made the deal with the witch, then maybe we might have actually been able to be together. But had you not been cursed, our paths would have never crossed. Sorry, my bad. I reach for Rod's hand. He laces his fingers through mine with a small smile. I love you, Rod. I love you too. This feels so awkward to read. Why am I doing this? Why am I putting myself through this? Why am I... Okay, anyways, back to the game. But Rod leans forward and kisses my cheek. Okay. I know. 1 month later. Ever since I broke my curse and became the new Tenebrarum bearer, I have been training under Buffy and Delora so that I can learn to control my newfound powers. I never wanted this responsibility, but it is a burden I was born into. It is necessary that I maintain the balance between light and dark that has been missing for so long. Now that I am the new Tenebrarum bearer, Buffy wants the two of us to work together in maintaining that peace. I do not wish to cause any pain or suffering to the people, especially to the people whom I cherish. Sometimes I wonder what Sir Maithros wanted me to do for him, but that is not important anymore. I still have much to learn, but right now, as a new bearer, my priority is to get rid of the fairy tale curse once and for all. For the time being, everyone at the Martian waits patiently for the day that I will learn to lift their curses. Since everything transpired, my relationship with Ophelia and Emmeline has improved. Emmeline is fond of calling me the best sister, even though I am the only one she has. My relationship with the king, however, has yet to be mended. I am doing my best to open up to him and give him a chance, but the efforts are slow going. I do not ask him why he acted the way that he did in the past, but I know that in order to move forward, I must let go of the past. It's finally time. I have been waiting for this all day. I head back into my room to change my dress into something less conspicuous. Afterwards, I headed out into town and into the forest for my designated meetings. It is a relief that the king allows me to leave the palace on my own. I could never have been able to come here with the guards. I guess me being the Tenebrarum bearer puts him at ease. If the title reassures him and allows me to come out here on my own to meet Rod, then I am not complaining. Rod still uses the secret passage he has always used to sneak out of the palace. Emmeline knows about our secret meetings and helps cover for our disappearances if necessary. It makes me happy that Emmeline approves of our relationship, that we do not have to keep it a secret from absolutely everyone. At first, Rod and I both attempted to keep our distance without making it too obvious to everyone around us. Though Ophelia seems to suspect something is going on between the two of us, she has not asked questions. Emmeline was not too happy with the decision. She said it felt terrible that we would be forced to let go of something so precious on account of our titles. She was right. More than that, it was difficult for the two of us to deny our feelings for each other. In the end, we came up with a solution. Even if it's only temporary, we decided to secretly meet up in the forest every once in a while so that we can be together without any pretenses, even for just a little while. While I cast sight of Rod, I run towards him and throw my arms around his neck. I feel Rod snuggle his face into the crook of my neck. This is so awkward to read. May I have this dance? Okay. And now they're dancing. Okay. I take Rod's hand and begin dancing to a silent song. The first time I danced with him, it was to prove a point. And it was when neither of us even liked each other. I remember this as I stared at him. What, is there something on my face? I was just remembering how much he hated me back then, and now here we are. Fate sure loves to toy with us. Okay. I smile at Rod. Just for a little longer. I want to be by his side. I do not know how long we can keep this up, but every day I wish for the same thing. I wish that I can live my life openly loving Rod. Okay. I wonder, would that dream ever be possible? Oh, okay. Koriko. Clock. 12. Okay, so I think this is the gallery that I was looking into earlier. Just programmer, animator, and GU, Tajina, scriptwriter and editor. Okay. Dao Dao, background artist. Oh, the background art was actually really good in this game. Then we have Sebi. Sebi so plaid. Opening theme, Broken Cinderella, Davi. Renpi, visual novel engine. Okay. Can you man, this feels so awkward. This is the one relationship that I did not want to see happen the most. But it felt like the most logical place to start. Okay. Oh, Sebi is so small here. Oh, now this we have like a instrumental version of the theme, I guess. Kickstarter back horse. Hey, let's go. So many people. Spooky Boogle. I hope this is alphabetical. Miss Cake. Less than 3. Thank you for playing Cinderella Phenomenon. Bro, I only played one route. I still want to play Fritz and waltz. Like, those are the ones that I'm most interested in. And Rod just happened to be the one that I was the third most interested in. So I started with him. But I feel like it's also the most controversial route because step siblings. Anyways, we got the Little Mermaid course out of the way. Is there like anything showing the menu that I finished that route, or? Oh, there is something in the menu now that I finished its route. Nice. Okay, well, I'm done for today. Next week, I may or may not continue streaming this game. I mean, I will be continuing streaming this game later, but maybe not for the next week. Thank you for watching me, and I hope I'll see you next time. Bye bye.